And hello, everybody. Hello and welcome. It is good to see you all. It is Foxhole Fridays, and this is The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign, and it is good to have each and every one of you here, and I'm just, checking off tech things as we go. Hi, welcome in. Thank you for being here. We are indeed short a fox this week. The fox has got some stuff going on. But that's okay, because I'm sure they will not need somebody who's very, people good at combat, I'm sure not needed at all for what's happening today.
Troop,
at
what's
all.
Foxhole Friday without Fox?
I know. This is a question.
Whole Fridays. It's Whole Fridays.
It's just, it's Chord Fridays. Yep. It's Myth Fridays. It's Mythematical Fridays.
Nope, it's Whole Fridays.
That's Whole Fridays. It's just a whole Friday.
Yep. That's right.
Which is
a whole Friday.
That's it. Which means Courtney Love is going to show up at any time. So let me see. I've got to tell you the heads up stuff first. Thank you for being here. It is much appreciated. If you would like to support us and to support the show, the best thing you can do is to be here. That's it, either live or on Memorex. If you're on YouTube, give us a like, subscribe, give a comment. But thank you all for being here. And we'll read out any comments from this season. If they're on the YouTube, we'll read them out here. You can also repost our Bluesky post, our going live post. You can let people know that we're here. You can also give tips and bits. If you leave a message, I will read them out at the end. You can also be one of our Patreon. We have a bunch of Patreon, and I make very, very intermittent updates, usually at the end of every season. Hopefully that's not always what happens, but it's the goal about what the finances are and how everything's happening. So you can and that's never locked behind the paywall. So you can just go and see what we're doing. And I try to put some kind of treat for Patreons every once in a while, but you can go and sort of be one of our Patreons as well. And all income goes to pay for the cast and for art commissions, things like that. And, we have a special tier, which is for, it's the sponsorship tier, and it's $200 a month. And there's only 4 of them, because $200 will pay for 4 cast members for one show for 1 week. And we currently have one sponsor, and that is Will and TW, who's also a note taker and who is amazing. And without whom I do not know what I would be doing. Really, that's the key there. And if you are one of our sponsors, you get a special shout out, and you get a special spot in our credits, and you get a radio ad played during the break once a month or more if I feel like it. And let me see, I think that is, and we also have a merch store. We have a great merch store, and we have some new merch in the merch store, and I wanted to tell you something about it. Where are you? Where did I hang out with you? There you are. So we have, in addition to a full line of ships uniforms, that stuff that you wear when you are trying to relax on board your spaceship, including a really nice ship shirt. There are 2 of them, because there are 2 different ships depending on what they're doing with their cloaking devices. But we've got t-shirts, shorts, full sweats, which is exciting. We've got I don't have my cup. We've got a mug with the Royal Drinaxian Expeditionary Force crest on it. So we've got a really cool notebook, a lot of great stuff like that. We have a really, really cool date planner. It's a travel planner, which is not only good for April of 2025 to April of 2026 in the real world, but it is also the in-character calendar for the Imperial Year 1105. So if you're in Classic Traveler 1105, you can use this as an official calendar, and then you'll know all of your dates. Plus, it's got fun facts about the cast using Void Smoker's amazing art. And the newest thing, and this is actually very limited, and the players got their copies, so I'm very excited. We have a very special divination deck with art by Rocket Fox, and it's 11 cards and a booklet and a poker chip, which you can flip to find out whether or not you're in sun or shadow, and it tells you all about how to do the Drinaxian color sort of divination oracle that we come up with, and it's very cool, and I love it so much. I kind of can't handle it, and the art's really neat, and it's
amazing.
Yeah. Oh, It's so cool. There are only 3 left, though, on Fourth Wall. So if you want one, you'll have to go and get it. And I'm shipping it out myself. Everybody who ordered some from last week, everything is shipped out except for Willen's because I need to go through customs. So we've got to go through the
take that, Willen.
No, but as soon as I go to customs, it'll be there. Just customs there. But that's really fun. There are only 3 left.
Custom made for you. That's what that means.
It's
custom.
It
for
is
you,
custom
Willen.
made.
You're our favorite.
Oh, it's so. Oh, and I also write a little note and everything. But if they sell out, we'll see if there's interest for another batch because I have to do them in batches of 13 apiece. And if there is, then I'll do another batch. So we will see.
Yeah, mine came with a note too. It just said ew.
No, I don't think it did. I feel like I said something.
Napkin.
Yeah.
I feel like I said heartfelt things like Cord.
Ew.
I care about you so much. It's just so sad that you're not as good of a blacksmith as Hephaestus. Oh, well, I guess we can't all be a Greek god. And then, like, for Lindy,
Right.
I was like,
oh. That's what I said.
Yes. So, it's here. It's got all that stuff. And so if you want to get it, you've got to go over to Fourth Wall to pick it up. And I feel like that's all of the pre-stuff. So that said, I need to introduce my players. And they're going to introduce themselves, and then I'm going to tell them some stuff and tell you some stuff, just some things that people might want to know. Yes, my dearest cast, if you could say who you are and who you are playing, that would be lovely. And I would like to start off with the person whose note in the package that I sent said, Lindy, you are so wonderful. It's just too bad that you can't do West Coast swing like a cool person like your sister. Lindy, who are you? And who are you playing?
And that's why I laughed and said, I can do West Coast swing. I just don't want to. Because Lindy Hop is better. That's me. Laugh, love, Lindy. It's in the name. I'm here playing Quint Vesper, the current pilot right now of the Gambler. Might ask some people some questions depending on how things go on any given day. And now gymnastics instructor for Rease, I guess.
And now gymnastics instructor for Rease. So speaking of Rease, who is the ward of another character who's played by a dear pal of mine, who's my note to this pal of mine said, you are a warp reactor, but everybody knows, obviously, that the Enterprise could just destroy the any Star Destroyer. And I just try to pull you into one of those kinds of things. Like, but then, of course, the Borg cube could destroy that Death Star. Like, I just try to troll you into it. And the TARDIS can... I don't know if the TARDIS can beat them all. I don't know. The Doctor always wins. Anyhow, who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg, Warp Reactor over on YouTube, and I will be playing Soto Masi, the Aslan, tonight, and his ward, Rease. They don't have a whole lot of backstory at present, so I can't really tell you any more than that, other than I love being here on Fridays with this group of people that you can see, and this chat right here that I'm watching is filled with all of my favorite people. So we're here, friends. Put your feet up, grab a drink, let's travel the stars.
But also, I mean, I feel like you would agree with me, right? If we're going to take all the different sci-fi,
remember,
franchises and put them
hardly.
Oh no, it doesn't matter.
So,
and
right,
you put them in a fight, like the last Starfighter would win, right? I think that would be
right. Yeah, the last Starfighter would definitely win.
Would beat everyone.
Now, I mean, my favorite ship of all time is the NCC 1701 with the spinning nacelles. That's hands down my favorite boat. So take that for what you will, if there's a fight coming.
If those of you have not seen The Last Starfighter, it was an 80s movie about a teenager who played a video game, and then it turned out the video game was just training him to fight actual aliens. But he was a teenager. It was the 80s. And it's fine.
They put him into harm's way, just like that.
Just like that. And it was fine. Speaking of fine, the note that I sent to this person just, again, lamented that he was not able to make Mjolnir. just like that, out of glass and also with magic, but is still a very good smith. Dearest Cord, who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, everybody. It's me, Cord, also known as Mythematic. I'm a roleplay streamer and also a blacksmith here on Twitch. I'm playing Admiral Baron Severence. I forgot my name for a second. Admiral Baron Severence, who is a piece of shit clone who actually isn't really that much of a piece of shit. But I mean, in the beginning of the series, he was a piece of shit, but now he's starting to not be so much of a piece of shit. But it depends on who you are, because if you're the Imperium, you're going to think he's a piece of shit. And if you're probably anybody else that's not on the crew, you're going to think he's a piece of shit. But if you're on the crew, he's not so bad.
Yeah. And I am your GM, troopersjp, and I said that I wanted to tell them, the crew, but then also you, because I wanted you to hear it, a couple of things before we started. When last we left our crew, just some things to ponder. Our crew had been doing a lot of things to help the people of the Reach. And at the moment, the people of the Reach are very positively disposed towards them. Some people are less positively disposed towards them. You know, like pirates, they're much less positively disposed towards them. That's cool. Yeah, that's fine. But they have been running about doing a number of things. They are currently managing a couple of different fires, irons in the fire. They have 3 of 4 treasure globes.
Did you say irons in the fire? Sorry.
I did, as a matter of fact. They have 3 of 4 treasure globes right before the fall of the old Sindalian Empire about 2,000 years ago. This great admiral who was an ancestor of Terrica, our former pilot, and their right-hand pal, a general who is an ancestor of our Severence. Well, they convinced the emperor to hand over the greatest treasure of the old Sindalian Empire so that it could take it away, bring it somewhere. And, you know, the emperor would show up and pick it up later, but it disappeared. And on the day before the empire fell, the emperor sent out 4 message globes to the 4 dukes of the old Sindalian Empire, one of which is now the family of the king of Drinax. And an old professor found one of these globes and decided to go on a treasure hunt because it would make him famous. And has, got onto the crew, told way too many people about his big treasure hunt, so a lot of people know about it, unfortunately. And our crew has gone on this big chase to try to find each of these pieces. They're missing 1 globe left, and they have just jumped into the Thebus system in order to find it. They have, well, there's some things I do need to mention about that, but I'll get there later. So far, they've found that the information in the globes that they have uncovered so far all lead to, including some coordinates scrawled in this secret base they found. They found a secret base on Noricum, which they thought would be where the emperor was, where the messages were sent from, which they thought would be like a special imperial safe room, but it turns out it was an arsenal, which was a little bit weird. And there was a big, really expensive particle barbette cannon on there, and they have that with them in their hold. But all of these globes have a huge amount of coded data, which they cannot break the code just yet. Or they haven't tried, but they want to get the last, because it's all little pieces, right? They want to get the last piece before they try to decrypt it. And also some coordinates, and the coordinates point to the old planet of Ace, which is currently not in a good space. And so everything points to Ace being a place to go, which is very close to them. But they do want to get this last globe, and they figure this last globe is in the wreckage of a great battle, one of the final battles, the Battle of Maggie's Moon. In the Thebus system, there's a big scrapyard, and they figured they could probably find that globe there. So that is sort of where they're at with that. They also have on board with them a pirate, Kirsch, who was the pirate captain of one of these sort of pirate groups that had attacked 2 planets, Torpal and Clark. And Torpal and Clark have put out like a 2.5 million credit bounty to get the pirates responsible for that attack and bring them to justice, turn them in. And he, Kirsch, has relayed that what has happened was that the captain of this particular pirate crew has had a very dramatic falling out with one of the big pirate lords, Admiral Darrakin. And now Admiral Darrakin wants him dead, and he cannot go back to the pirate planet Thebe. He cannot do anything. He's in big trouble. And so he was trying to get an alliance with a different pirate lord so that he would be safe. And he figured he has to prove that he's badass by raiding planets in a daring way so that he can show that he's worthwhile to sort of go into an alliance with. He's currently in hiding. His number one, Maria Silverhand, who is the sister of a different Silverhand, is on her way or will be at or is probably going to be the one on Thebe to negotiate with the other pirate lords, and is probably one of the only people that actually knows where to find Ferric, who's the person that you do want to catch if you want to get that bounty. So there's that going on, and they do know the secret pathway to Thebe, and they're probably on their way sometime soon after they get this globe. So those are like the two big pressure things that are happening to them. At the moment, there are a couple of other things that are happening. They have sent the Elaine, their very fast messenger ship, to drop off some engineers on number one to help start constructing this new highport there, which is very exciting. Will help them out a lot. Also, the Elaine is going to go from there to Assis to sort of look into some reports about a couple million refugees from some of these planets that were part of the old glorious empire that have been captured by the Aslan Pirate, and some of those refugees might be old crew members from Drinax. So they're getting that. They're going to get that info, and it's going to come back through. Those are sort of like, I suppose, the big things that they need to worry about. They are, however, back on Thebus. And Thebus is a planet that they had once been to before. It's where they actually met Quint. And on Thebus, they had done some stuff, I guess is the way to put it. They were last in Thebus, let's see, at 110, so like 80, almost 3 months ago. So it's been about 3 months since they've been through this way to sort of hang out. When they were last here, I'm just going to remind everybody a couple of things that they did in case anyone might have forgotten. What have they done on Thebus? Well, when they were on Thebus the last time, they found a couple of things. One, it was a planet whose high port was run by the General Development Corporation, which is a totally independent and not related to the Third Imperium in any way corporation that operates in the Trojan Reaches, and that through the kindness of its own heart builds high ports in various systems that trade can come through, and it is a partnership with that planet. And by a partnership, I mean that in exchange for bringing them into the global trade system, that planet will allow a representative of the GD Code to be a member of their government, and they will get benefits of trade going through their system in various ways. And when they were on Thebus, Thebus is a planet that had a lot of problems, right? There's a lot of problems there because all those systems in this planets in the system have had a lot of problems, having been bombed out during the old fall of the Sindalian Empire. But this planet is one that there's not a lot of people there. There's a small town with a small government, not particularly super advanced, like, sort of maybe like 1970s technology, perhaps 1950s to 70s around then. Big planet, lots of space, not a lot of thin atmosphere, not a lot of people. And there were a couple things that happened, and I'm going to remind everybody what happened because y'all are here and you might need to remember what happened a little bit. So Thebus is a planet on the planet itself, there's very little law level. People tend to take huge weapons when they go down on the surface because they like to go hunting. Imperial nobles like to come to Thebus as part of their fun, kicky tour of the Reaches when they're just like, having a fun time. And one of the things they like to do is they like to go to Thebus and they like to go hunting because Thebus has lions, or these special kinds of lions from Thebus. They're quite large and very dangerous and very scary and kind of look like the Aslan. And Imperial nobles like to go to this planet and kill these lions and then brag about it around Aslan. So that's cool. Aslan find this to be threatening and irritating. They don't like it at all. And it turns out that the lions are actually not super dangerous. I mean, they are dangerous if you attack them, but they're not. They just kind of like they're not attacking. Like people are. It's there's a lot of propaganda. Anyhow, when they were down there, they had a couple of things. There was an Aslan noble whose second son, Phaeatos, was trying to go and he was Ihaitai. He wanted to try to go get land, but he crash landed on this planet, i.e., his ship was shot down. And he was trying to, they were trying to go and rescue him. And as it turns out, a group of Imperials led by Lady Grey, the Countess, and connected to Mary Moore, had shot this guy down and had a bunch of fake disguises to make themselves look like Aslan, and were planning on murdering most of the people on this planet. Well, or at least a lot of them, not all of them, but enough of them, including the president, and then blame it on the Aslan so that they could then justify having Thebus join the Imperium, to say, we need protection from the terrible Aslan. So please, Imperium, why don't you just take our planet and let us join the Third Imperium, and then we'll just be part of the Third Imperium. Well, our protagonists stopped that from happening. They rescued, and this is very much thanks to Quint, who was like, why shouldn't we go back and save those civilians? And the rest of the crew's like, I guess. So Quint saved the president, the crew saved the people, and they also revealed this plot. It hasn't gone global, but they did blackmail the GDCO representative who's running the station and said, you all need to shape up. They gave the people on the surface a scout ship. They negotiated so that the Aslan, Phaeatos, could actually have a settlement on Thebus, and that the settlement on Thebus would help and trade with the people of Thebus to try to make their lives better and to give them some kind of protection. So they actually did a whole lot of work on Thebus to change the political power of that place. And this is their first time in about 3 months they'll be back in this system to find out what has happened in their absence. That said, they have just arrived in system, and their ship is currently at a little over at half hit points. They're quite damaged. They have 2 weapons, one of which is disabled and does not work. They don't have any scrap left, so they cannot do any emergency fixes on their ship. They only have half of their fuel. They did like a half jump, and they have just enough for 1 parsec's worth of jump, so they don't have all of their fuel. They are damaged, and they have just jumped into system when they get a distress call over the comms. They have not yet even done their big sensor sweep to get the lay of the land, but there is a distress call being broadcast. And that distress call was from someone who Quint correctly identified as sounding like an imperial noble, who is on a yacht, a very nice yacht, and it was like Signal GK, is anyone out there? This is the yacht, Lioness 2. We seem to be a little off course, bit of a bother. Signal GK, we need assistance. Is there anyone else who could help us? We're a bit stranded. Hello? Anyone? So, there is a terrible, terrible distress signal from sort of some kind of imperial nobles in a yacht who are desperately needing help, which is where we left off. And my dear players, if you would, I did want to say something to you and to everyone else about my GMing style, because I just want you to know what. There is a distress signal out there. Someone is in need of help. And Greg said last time that definitely this person is not trying to fool you, and that the most number one thing that you should do is go with your ship that is very damaged out into the middle of nowhere where it is definitely not a trap to help save the people. That is what Greg said. And I said, but Greg, your ship is super damaged. Do you think this is a good idea? And Greg was like, absolutely, because there's just money floating around. But what I wanted to say was, as a GM,
I can see that look through the filter, and I just
yeah, me too.
Know that I love.
Me too. As a GM, I never expect you to take hooks or bait. You can always say no. If I say that there is a kitten on the side of the road that is looking very, very innocent and is desperately in need of help, you can just say, that's interesting.
It's a kitten.
Oh yeah, that Imperial Noble has a kitten. I'm going to put
now we gotta go save him.
Gotta save him. I will give you many, many things, and that doesn't mean that you have to say yes. There will be always opportunities and possibilities, but you never have to say yes to any of them. There will just be consequences, and sometimes those consequences are very bad, and sometimes they're very good. Because sometimes saying yes might give you negative consequences. You know, like what I'm saying is that I have no expectations of what you. There's no should. There is only what you would do, is what I'm going to say. So you are under no pressure to go to save this person who might be dying and need your help desperately, or might not be, you know? So like it is up to you to decide what you all want to do. So as we open up our curtain, knowing that I have do not, because here's the thing. If you are used to playing more modules, like old school modules, there's the expectation that as players, you're always going to say yes and, like, oh, there's like a mysterious guy in the corner with the map in the inn. We got to go and do the thing. You never have to do the thing. Like, just know it. You never have to. You do what you want to do. That's all I'm saying. So
good.
Now,
because no.
I might just try to make you feel bad about it, but that's just me having fun. You do what you want to do. You do whatever you want to do. So, you have arrived. You are quite far away from the Thebus, the highport. Would you like to make your sensor scans? I will note, active sensor scans, because right now you're picking up this distress signal because it's being beamed out, which means you don't have to have your active sensors on. It's just going to be pretty obvious that it's out there. Anybody who jumps into the system is going to hear it. It's just being broadcast out there for anyone and everyone.
Big sensor sweep might be enlightening.
And like also just to piggyback on the point of saying no to things, it's like we won't even really be even if we don't engage with any hook, but this one doesn't mean we won't use the information, and so it's still like an offer that we could still use by being like, who is that guy?
Oh, yes.
So
yes.
Anyway.
And you never know, right? Like you never know what that is. So that's a sensor sweep. By the way, you have, you put out, this is Rease. Rease does a scan.
That does not have the pluses for the ship in it either.
For the ship, yeah.
Yep.
So it's that plus whatever.
So your ship has military sensors, which means you have no bonus, unlike most ships that have penalties. Yeah. Most ships have a -2, because if you have civilian sensors, you're just at a -2 all the time. But you have lots of bonuses for electronic warfare. And like when you start doing, you have very good ship. Side note, I wanted to say, I spent like 4 hours on Tuesday, I think it was, or Wednesday, going through the person who makes the official character sheet for Traveler. And we just did space combat together. And I told him all of the things that would make the ship sheet really practical and wonderful. And he was like, oh my God, the Harrier, the Gambler is an amazing ship. It's like, it is an amazing ship. It is. So that was lovely. It was very good. So you send off your active sensors, and there is Rease, and Rease is sort of like looking at. And the thing about this data, I'm not going to say anything about Soto because he is not going to, this is not for him. It's a lot of like dots in space, right? It's like this whole scan of just an immense amount of data that comes in. And the thing about the data is that it's not so much can you find things, it's can you interpret it and how long will it take you to do so. Some things might be hidden, but for the most part, the problem is that everything is data, right? Like there is data for every single asteroid, every moon, every piece of space trash. Everything has got a source, a signal out there in the right on your scans. And so is that an asteroid or is it a ship? Unclear, right? And so you, Rease, you do this big scan of as much of this whole space as you can, this system. And this place is busy. Well, it's full, I guess. There's a lot of stuff here. There are a number of gas giants, there are a number of moons. You're able to get a sense of where that distress signal is coming from. It's coming from about 10 million kilometers away. There is a gas giant that's out there that it looks like, what it looks like, you're far too far away to be able to actually tell anything about the ship itself. You'd have to get closer in order to actually be able to find out anything useful about it. But you can definitely ping the signals coming from there. The guess would be that this is some kind of noble ship that decided to wild refuel, and something happened to its engines in the process, and now it's kind of stuck out there by that gas giant. It's hard to get a good read on it.
Why would a noble ship decide to wild refuel?
It's a great question.
GD Killport's right there.
It's just right over there, as a matter of fact.
So
Weird.
Close.
Yeah.
And yachts are expensive maintenance. You'd think they could afford the fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, that is weird.
Weird.
Yeah. Now you also are able to locate the location of the
big scrap.
Yeah. The remnants of a final battle. And that is not close. It is about 700 million kilometers away is where this battle, the scars, the remains of this one great battle, one of the final and last battles of the war is. And, 700 million kilometers. Let me do the math for you. With your ship, because your ship is a very, very fast ship, would probably take you 2.5 days to fly from here to where the the remnants of that battle. It's about a 2.5 day flight, which means you could not do it in the Camlin Viper, because the Camlin Viper does not have life support, right? It has about 24 hours worth of air that's just in it, and you need your ship to go out that way. But it's about like 2.5 days to get to the remnants of this battle, the wreckage of the battle. So you've got this big, and it's, by the way, it is massive, right? It's just a lot of space junk, right? You can see it's so far away, you can't get any details about it, but you can see just hits of just like all of this debris. And some of the hits you're getting are just massive hits. Some just like, it's just a mess of...
Just a mess.
Death, I guess, really. When you're looking, you can pick up, there's the highport over there. There's Thebus, there's the highport. There are, of course, huge amounts of signals. The welcome packet's going to sort of be beamed into you. You notice also there are a number of the traffic. You'd have to get closer to the highport, but some things are a little bit obvious. The traffic seems a little high. And by that I mean there seem to be some. There's like an Aslan Hirate naval ship and an Imperial naval ship that are just hanging out by Thebus. It seems as if.
Like that.
Look, yeah, they're just they're not docked. They're just hanging out in the area, not out here, but right by the highport. It seems like they are, just making sure that the other side knows that they're there. A bit of we're just patrolling, some naval patrols that from two different large empires that I guess just want to say hi to each other on this particular planet that's had some upheaval recently. So there's a little bit of a naval presence. They seem to be mostly over there by the highport. But that is what you see. What all would you like to do? Oh, and I should remind you again, there is probably a desperately sad, vulnerable person in a very rich ship, just
thank you.
10 million kilometers over there, who needs desperate help.
Thank you for reminding me.
You know, yeah, I just didn't want you to forget.
And we know that there's pirates in the system, so they're probably super vulnerable.
That is correct. That is correct.
It says we're in Noricum still. We're not.
Oh, you're in Thebus. No, you are in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, you are in Thebus.
Just moving.
Let me bring you over there.
Yep.
Yes, please do. Please do. Cool. And the Elaine is actually in a cease at this point in time. Yeah.
Hey, nice. All right. Cool. All right.
Yeah. So what all would you like to do? And just so I know, in case, in terms of the battle stations, we've got the Admiral probably in the captain's chair, because we probably have the Harlock in engineering with
Wesley.
With Wesley. We've got Rease on sensors. We've got Quint in the pilot seat. You only have one working weapon. Who gets to sit there right now?
All right.
Kareen or Malcolm?
Do we think that Kareen would stab Malcolm?
I feel like Malcolm. Well, I don't know. I feel like Malcolm.
I feel like either one would be good.
I feel like Malcolm is probably better with guns, but I don't know.
I mean, they're both good gunners. It's just, who do you like more?
Malcolm.
Dad, which of your children do you like best? That's the question.
Clearly.
Malcolm's in the working gunner seat.
I was going to leave her in prison. Remember?
You were.
Yeah.
You were.
I'm the only reason Kareen's back on this ship.
Yeah. That's
Because
right.
I made some good persuade rolls.
That's right.
Yep. So let me see. I think that's all of your battle stations. You have, at this point in time, you actually have a Marine contingent. Soto Masi, Kirsch.
Kareen, technically.
Kareen.
She's not gunning.
Yeah, Kareen would love that.
And
That's me thinking about
you
Kareen
have,
finally.
Yeah.
and you also have 9 power armor suits that you got from the...
Right.
No, we don't. They're
That's
all
in the armory.
dismantled and taken apart.
Yeah, but you haven't checked that yet. So you'll have to be in them at some point. But you have a bunch of really exciting power armor suits.
So
and
cannibalized.
and so, for some...
We might
what
be
do you
able
call
to take
it?
the rest of them apart and put together like 2.
Yeah, you might be able to, but you'd have to do it.
Yeah.
But you don't know you need to do it just yet. Luck rolls.
Nope.
But you do have some great power armor that you could use for boarding actions. But at the moment, you are confronted with the issue of a vulnerable, very rich, probably clueless noble out near a gas giant who desperately needs help. And that is coming over your comms.
Soto would lean over the comm station, as I'm sure they're listening to like this repeat of what appears to be a very desperate nobleman who is obviously very rich and rolling in cash. And Soto leans down just for Rease to hear and says, "That's bait."
And I will repeat what Quint said at the end of last session, which is fucking Imperials.
What do you do?
Everyone.
It's me, the Admiral. Wondering if we could all meet. There seems to be a distress signal we should all chat about. I have my reservations, but I'm interested to hear yours.
I swivel in the chair and go, yes.
Soto's
I'm
beside
sort
you.
of calling everybody. Oh, everyone's here. Oh, great. We've been
Just
here the whole
Wesley
time.
and the
All right,
Harlock that are...
Yeah.
Right. And then I look around and go,
Never mind, Wesley. Never mind the Harlock. Everybody who matters is up in the cockpit right now. Thank you.
could all the not cardboard cutouts please make their way to the... Oh, we're all here. All right.
Wesley says, all right, okay, so don't come up then. All right, well, all right, stay right here then. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So. You're all here. Okay, great. What?
Yes.
By the way, it would be about 7 hours or so to get to where that distress signal is.
Right. So we have the opportunity to go and pirate this guy, or we can go. I don't think this is smart. As I'm like looking over like the flash, I'm looking at like
All
the
these like
flashing
warning
screen.
lights on the dashboards. Yeah.
And I'm like, maybe we shouldn't.
The picture of our hull isn't at green; it's at like orange.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. The emergency lights are on in the hull. Like it just the interior has switched over to our emergency lights. Yeah, maybe we don't. Let's go get some repairs and.
Can always let the people in Thebus know that there is a ship
Right.
with a distress signal once we get to port.
Yes, let's be good Samaritans and Thebaritans and make our way and let them know. Let the good people of Thebes know.
All right.
None of the people who are NPCs who are sitting here for this meeting, because none of them include Wesley, really care about distress signals at all.
That's right. He's like, man, I can't wait for us to go to this distress signal.
I think
and
the
then we're not
PCs
all
don't
going.
care either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't
Kareen
think
doesn't care.
it's against the law not to respond in Traveler Universe. I mean, I know that is in the Expanse, but I don't think it is a Traveler. Yeah.
No. No, I mean,
It's
you can
not
just let
full
people know
health.
The
about it.
Trojan
were-
reaches.
I think that if we were
Yeah.
better off, that would the ship was better
Oh,
off. That would probably
yeah.
be a better,
100%.
more viable. But I
Absolutely.
mean,
Yeah. Like I
But
think
not
that
right
was.
now.
Yeah, I was like, I think we should probably go. Oh, never mind. I'm looking at the blinking warning lights, and I'm like, never mind. We should get these repairs first, and then maybe.
And
As
so,
I sort of gesture to Quint to bring us to this
The high port? All right.
Yes.
Yep.
would understanding that in all likelihood, the distress signal that's being launched from 7 hours away probably isn't making it. I'm assuming like all the way to the high port. I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
Is there any way for Rease to maybe like boost the location and just kind of send out like an anonymous packet that, I mean, if they're projecting it into the void, it could be legit.
could
Or
be.
not, she wouldn't know. Like
It's
she might be
pick-upable-
doing a
oh,
pirate's work
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
them. So
It's
Yeah.
pick-upable from the drop zone. Or
That's correct.
the jump zone, which means
That's
they're trying to
correct.
get people who are just coming in or just leaving. If it's
That
a
is-
trap.
but
How about the
what
hell
if
with
this? Okay, but what if this noble with like money just falling
Yeah.
out all over their ship is in desperate need of help? You know,
Seems
Just
realistic.
sitting there in his pile of gold after a long day of Scrooge McDucking, and just is
Yeah,
like, oh, I'm almost
yeah.
out of martini olives and caviar. I'm just so dreadful.
I'm out of fucking olives. Distress.
could I get a comms check from Rease? But this is a difficulty only of 6.
Sure. Oops. He says, way too flippantly.
And make sure you've all refreshed all of your luck, right, to your max luck.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's
9.
You're welcome.
9.
Perfect.
Fine.
Rease is able to take this signal and basically use the ship itself as an amplifier to beam it so that, because it's not going to reach the high port from where it's at. It's like on the other end, it's like it's too far out. And there's a interference from that gas giant. Poor ship. Like nobody's going to help them. They're just, and it's also because they're in the gas giant, it's really hard to scan them as well to see how they're doing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so
Yeah.
sad. Just out of curiosity, in what direction are they in comparison to the 2.5 days out debris field? Are like closer to the debris field, or are they on the opposite side?
You'd have to go by them to get towards the debris field unless you wanted to go outside of your way.
That's so crazy. Where we know the pirates are.
Yeah,
that's
they're
so...
7 hours away. The debris field's like 2.5 days or whatever it was.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
but if you were to
Yeah.
be a fake pirate trap, you'd want to be closer to the debris field than on
Yeah,
the
that's
opposite
weird that
side of the
you're
planet.
assuming
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah.
I mean, technically that would be true.
Mhm.
Trooper, with that success, can Rease make it so this is like it can't be a signal trace back to the gambler?
Yeah,
That this
absolutely.
is just, bounce it all around. So and most people will hear that and be like, oh, that's old Phil out there, the pirate, doing his rich guy thing again. I don't care. That'll clear her conscience.
There's one pirate who does a good Imperial impersonation. Look, hey, Gerald, do it again. For the recording, man.
You're going to be going back around that area of space on your way towards the scrapyard. So I will not say anything about whether or not you are correct or not until you pass by on that way.
We'll find out, maybe.
Thank you.
You will find out. But you are able to basically use, because there are a couple of different, there are some satellites that are in this space that you can use for relay within system. And Rease is able to sort of basically bounce that signal off towards the highport. So it'll look like it's just, sometimes there are just acoustic phenomena where things can get bounced off of other sort of satellites. Mm-hmm. So the signal will be boosted, but not through your ship itself, but by basically routing it through one of these other sort of communication arrays. Because after all, when you have these X-boats, these messenger ships, they don't tend to actually stop at the system itself. In the highport, they tend to jump in, do a big massive data transfer, which means there's relay points for information, and then jump back out again because they want to just go fast. And so Rease is able to sort of basically piggyback on that technology to get that signal sent in towards the highport. As I imagine you move your way towards the Thebus highport run by GDCO, leaving the very vulnerable and definitely not a trap rich person who's probably no weapons and very vulnerable, just in distress, alone.
Ooh, if they are, maybe we can save them from pirates after they've been captured or raided later. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah. But sure.
If they are totally legit. Yeah.
And you make your way towards Thebus highport. You get your welcome pack from Thebus highport, which is a little bit different from the last time. The last time was all like, GDCO! This one sort of frames the station as a partnership between the Theban government and GDCO. And there is a different administrator, a GDCO administrator who welcomes you in their packet. It seems as if there is something slightly different. There is also, the message is said twice, once in Galangic and also in Troch. So the kind of very anti-Aslan vibe that the GDCO Thebus highport had seems to have, it seems as if the planet-side government...
It's almost like we did a lot of, I made a really intense propaganda video and put it out on the net. That's so weird.
Might have been. So it seems as if there is a balance of power just from the welcome packet that has come in, and you make your way towards this highport, which, of course, if you recall from last time, is pretty big, and it is a place where a lot of rich ships will come through, big trade ships. There's usually a kind of a, not constantly, but a pretty regular military presence from either the Imperial Navy. The Aslan Navy has not generally spent a lot of time here. They tend to not be very welcome, but they are hanging out here now as they're taking these big trade convoys through the area, right? So there's a lot of protection in these moments. And the highport itself is just, there's a lot of touristy stuff here, right? Like, a lot of naval people on leave, shore leave, want to go and get drunk. A lot of nobles want to go and get drunk. There's a lot of touristy things here to take your money up here on the highport. And generally speaking, people don't tend to go down port unless they go to a couple bars or hunting. But other than that, there's a lot of, most people just kind of stay up here and all the money stays up here as well. Could I get a piloting roll from our pilot?
Yes. No negatives because I'm not going through Atmo, right?
That is correct. No negatives at all.
If it will load, I would love to do that. I clicked it. I'm just waiting. There we go. Nice.
Our damage so far is a broken hard point and 51 out of 88 hull points.
And we've got some critical. We took some critical hits.
Yeah, you have You have critical, like the disabled missile rack is is like a level 2 critical hit. Your armor is permanently reduced right now by 1. So rather than having 4 armor, you only have 3 because that needs to be repaired. And then of course you have hull damage as well. So your ship is, you're lucky you didn't get any damage to like your engines or your jump drive or your power plant or anything like that. But structurally you have some issues.
How many hard points? You have 2, right?
You have 2. So your big particle barbette is still working, but
but our missiles
other
are not,
one
and that's the best long-range weapon.
And how many? What's our max for? Because I'm trying to just like make visual whatever's on our token. How many critical hits that like max that we can get, or is that just as many until we survive, or until we don't survive?
6 per location.
Okay.
So like you can take up to 6 on your sensors, up to 6 on your power plant, up to 6 for your fuel. You'll probably be dead before you get there.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds fine.
Yeah. And you know, I will also note you have a completely full hold. Like your hold is basically completely full at the moment.
We gotta sell some goods.
Yeah.
Just for the record, that you've got a lot of stuff, and all that stuff is going to have to be split amongst your pirate crew for them to be happy with their lives. Yes. Can I get a social admin from our admiral?
Yes, you may. Where is my character sheet? Is this it? This is it. Social admin, you said?
Yes, please.
Very well. Here it comes. Huzzah. Wait, I lied. Huzzah.
This is GDCO Highport. Could we have your authorization, please?
Yes, this is, I looked everybody else.
Gambler.
Going with Gambler. This is the Gambler.
Sometimes we
Yeah, that's what our transponder code's going off. It would
From
be stupid.
this is the RDS Gambler.
One moment. Yes. You'll be cleared for Section B for your docking. It's good to have you back, the Gambler. Welcome back to your home. GDCO and the planet of Thebus welcomes you. You're cleared to land.
Thank you.
I don't remember setting my home port to Thebus. Here we are.
It's not, but you have been deputized. You have been deputized in the Thebus station by the former GDCO representative, who's currently, it seems, not in charge of the station anymore.
GDCO. That's so weird.
Which one of you
I
set your
wonder
Hearthstone here?
why that could be.
Right.
We got him fired. That's fine.
Yeah. It was us.
And Quint, you land perfectly. Like it's a perfect landing. I will note a couple of things. They're going to come in as normal to do their inspections and regular paperwork to make sure that all of your stuff is what your manifest says is what you have, and they check. They see that you do have 10 D-tons of this wood, that everything seems to be in order. Your admin role means there's no problems. But I would also note that the last time you were here, when you had to go through customs, it was very slow. It was a long process. So much so that people who didn't want to have to go through that really long process to go through the gates it would be so much more convenient to just rent a hotel here on the station rather than having to go back and forth between your ship just conveniently. They're all very expensive, but your trip through customs is fast. They do not keep you really long. So that it's kind of like an incompetent or annoying bureaucracy that makes it just more convenient for people to just spend more money on the station itself. But you don't have that problem. You're sort of like move through very swiftly. There's no problem for you. They mark down everything. They note all the damage from your ship. And one of the techs is like, would you like us to, do you need ship repairs while you're here?
I think we could probably go for it. It's just some off the top, I think.
Would you like us? We will, of course, bill your accounts, but would you like us to fix everything?
Yes. I mean, sure.
Just the critical things, or also, I mean, I don't think
Everything.
we have everything.
Don't worry about the aesthetic inside.
Oh, that is, yeah, that is it. The inside
it's
is,
a DIY work in progress.
it's the aesthetic.
All the
Yeah,
damage.
we're going with Baroque, dark Baroque scholar type thing.
Right, of course. All right, and they
Well,
start
so the
making
hull,
notes about the
and
things.
and
Yes.
I'll like go over the damage as well with like the ship's reports.
And you see they place in the records that your ship came in damaged, right? And they note down
Yes.
everything because they do their paperwork. And they sort of like and like how much fuel do you need? And like they see that you only need like half fuel. They sort of take a note of everything that you're needing, and they get your berth. It is respectful and swift in a way that it was not the last time you were here. And you're in a slightly better docking port than you were before, right? You have
It's also interesting.
just a
What's
slightly
us?
better one. And when you make your way out, I will say that Wesley's gonna be like, can I see the highport this time? Am I allowed? By the way, Corinne just gets off. She's gonna go and drink at a bar. But
Yes, Wesley, you're allowed off the ship,
thank you.
of course.
That was from comms. Now, Rease and Soto, there is a thing that was there the last time that you would probably not want to see, but you don't have to see it this time because it is not there. The last time you were there was a lot of posters, holographic posters, propaganda, anti-Aslan propaganda, a lot of posters advertising hunting on the surface where the lions that were being hunted kind of look more like Aslan than lions. There was just a whole kind of anti-Aslan vibe that was coming from the official station that probably you would not like, but none of it is present now. None of the advertisements have that. The hunting doesn't have the lions that you see for the safari look actually like these lions here, not like Aslan. And all the kind of anti-Aslan propaganda that had been here before is not currently here. And as you are walking about on this highport, you do see some Aslan traders. There is a slightly, not a super high, to be honest. It's not super high, but there's a slightly higher presence of Aslan people on the ship, on the port itself. Luckily, Soto and Rease were not here with us in season 2. If they had been, they would have been made to feel distinctly unwelcome, but that is not happening right now. But the rest of you who had been here before definitely noticed the shift in the vibe.
Yeah.
It is a much more it's a less way super racist, imperial racist kind of place than it was the last time you were here. But it's busy, it's bustling. There are people everywhere. There's a lot of shops. It's like tourism all the way. And you can see, again, sailors, Marines, traders. It's a very, very full and happening place with just lots of activity. What all?
I just
would
want to
you
make
like
a
to
quick
do?
note that when Soto and Rease are walking around the station, they are dressed the same way that when they first met the gambler. They're all dark hooded with the mourner's mask across for funereal clothes for the Aslan. And yeah. And if you get close enough, they smell a little different. But I'm bummed.
Wesley does say to Rease, hey, Rease, I don't know if you're interested, but there's an arcade where they've got like the Just Dance Hyper Revolution game. If you wanted to go and do it, there's.
She would look up at Soto, and Soto wouldn't look back down at her, and she would turn to Wesley and just say, "Well, maybe this evening."
Okay. All right. I'll go check it out and see what all's there. But I know that they had like really good hyper dance, all VR and everything. And okay. And like he sort of, there's just a little bit of awkwardness for like 4 seconds before he like bounces off. 'Cause there's like games, there are arcades, they've got
Fun stuff.
They've got fun stuff there. And he heads out. What about you all?
I'm gonna sell some shit. We've got a full cargo. I feel like last time we were here, I also sold shit, which is hilarious. Yeah, I will do that.
So
I'm looking at our papers.
you all have a
We need
week.
money.
You do need money. Now, about that.
Yeah, 1 million
So-
is not gonna do a lot for a spaceship and a crew.
It will not, especially since you've got to do your repairs. As a matter of fact, you've got a lot going on.
And I gotta
But
pay people.
Yeah, but I will note a couple of things about this. Just so you know, you've got a week here before you're probably going to head out, and that's a good. They can do a lot of repairs in that time. You can get basically yourself sort of set up that way.
Right.
But you all get to do stuff. Our trader is going to be doing trading. You all can do other things while you're here. But I'm going to just note something about your inventory. You've got the things that you stole. You've got electronics, and then you have.
Is it on their cargo manifest? Because I'm not seeing all the.
It's in the
Stuff
gambler
we got.
trade sheet on roll 20 is currently
Trade
there,
sheet on the road.
Oh, okay. I was looking at our cargo
Right.
manifest.
which
Everything's
is
spread out so difficult. Trade sheet. Gambler trade. Bam.
Aha! I see it. Yes. I remember this sheet
it's
now.
all
It's been a
set up
while.
for you.
It's been a
So
while.
This is
The
the one
common
where you
industrial
had with
goods.
us and we did
Yeah,
things.
because
Yes,
with
I
the
remember,
technical
sweet.
units of salvage.
Yeah.
and you don't have a lot of that at the moment. But so looking at your sheet, you have in your hold for you have like no freight, and for your speculative goods, you've got some common industrial goods and some advanced electronics. So about that, you can sell those common industrial goods in the normal process, but for the advanced electronics, you have to fence those. So you're going to get a much, much smaller amount of money for those because those are tracked and you have to fence them because they're stolen goods.
I thought we bought the advanced electronics and the common industrial goods.
I believe you stole them from your pirates.
Sweet.
Not the common industrial goods for sure, but did we steal the advanced electronics? I thought we bought them with the common industrial goods. We just didn't buy as many units because it was way more expensive.
Is that correct?
Willin?
Willen?
Because everything we took from those pirates season before last, we already used to fix up the gambler.
So you didn't take any of their goods.
No, we took a bunch of they didn't have anything but fabric, and we already sold that.
I'm going to make a note for something that would be really good on this character sheet.
Yeah, because all they had was textiles, and
Fabric.
so we took some textiles.
Yeah.
Because they were hoping to raid us, so they were mostly empty.
That is correct.
And then
Okay.
we got the empty cargo crates too, the smugglers crates. That's what we took.
Yes, you took their smugglers' crates and money.
We took their smugglers crates and money and fabric, and we already sold
Yes.
the textiles because those couldn't be traced. Because I thought we bought some advanced electronics because we thought there would be a higher demand for them in certain systems. They were just way more
Yes.
expensive, so we didn't buy as many, and they only had a certain amount of tonnage available anyways. And we wanted to fill
Yes.
up our cargo.
That is fair.
So all
Thank
that
you.
should have been purchased at on that luxury vacation planet where we started our pirate investigation.
Torpal.
Torpal. All that was purchased on Torpal.
Thank you.
As far as my notes go.
I appreciate
Is
that.
sell
Hell
stuff
yeah.
bought at Torpal.
I mean,
yeah.
if it makes any difference, my notes say the same thing.
Yeah, same here. holds up a.
I was gonna say,
postage stamp.
we
Yeah,
got that stuff
mine
to make
says all of
fun
that right here.
Oh, okay. I trust you.
all my notes.
Exactly.
Is this a bad time to say I've got a Google Doc that is 29 pages for this game?
Could
No.
it be shared?
You want to get that?
It's my notes.
I need.
I just like to cycle out characters every season or two so I don't have to remember anything.
That's a great idea.
Is that why? So you've got about a week here, and everybody can do some stuff. We've got some trading things to ponder about, and
Yes.
I'm going to ask.
Solid.
I'm going to ask. Well, before then, I would like to ask what Quint will be doing out there.
After making sure that the repair people know what to repair,
Uh-huh.
and then
Oh, before you say
Sever-
anything, I will remind you all things that you can always do. You can go and like troll for rumors. You can go and cultivate your contacts or make new ones. You can help out. What's the word? Morale. You can. You can stay on board and study. You have many things you can do.
I have a fence contact, an exoset, but I don't know how far that is from us.
Exoset's a different system.
Oh, great, never mind. Oh, yeah, I know that. I know it's not
Yeah,
near us, or we're not in it, but it's...
You do have
I have a shady
One-
contact here, but I also faked my death here, so I have to be Quint Vesper now and not, yeah.
but there is a contact that you have
there it is.
here,
Never mind, that's pretty far. Never mind.
Fernando.
Fernando. Oh, yeah, everything you've prepped for today lies within Fernando.
But
So
I think Quint would
nested
just,
in within
just
within-
make sure they look nothing like an Imperial Scout, and then, maybe just go around the port a little bit, take a perusal around the port, see what's changed since we've left, kind of get a vibe check. And see if there's an Aslan who can do a port thing on my
Oh,
vaccine.
yeah. Yeah.
okay, that is an interesting question because this is still a pretty not particularly Aslan-centric port. So that would be.
But we never know who's there.
But you never know who's there. There are no Aslan who've set up trading stalls up here yet.
Right.
Which is interesting to you.
Thing wouldn't have come through yet. But like maybe from the back of their ship they're doing shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If there's any Aslan ships, there could be someone on the ship who's there for a
Right.
few more days or a week.
Right,
who
right,
could-
right.
Yeah.
Or
Could
the
I get a
surface. There's
roll?
Right, or the
colony
surface.
on the
surface.
surface.
Boom.
So wait, what am I thinking?
Yep.
Or the surface.
Boom.
And the Cameron
Yes.
Man, if
Viper
only we knew
can
somebody
go to
who
the
knew how to
surface.
shuttle to the surface.
I know. It's so crazy.
Right,
So-
Corinne?
Could I get... No, she takes shuttles. Could I get a roll from you, Quint? And this should be social. And I would say you've got a couple of different options here.
Sure.
And that would be broker, admin, or streetwise. And this is to get to like suss out, to sort of read the land in terms of this particular kind of situation that you're thinking about.
I have started to study broker, but I don't have any skills in it yet. I do have admin. Yeah?
Could I
I
help?
heard Greg say something.
I was just going to say, is there anything I can do to assist in the role?
I mean, I could help.
You're probably busy right now,
Right, that's
dearest.
true. I'm walking around.
That is true.
strolling
Could I get a
around with my
troke roll
clipboard.
from Soto
I'm gonna go sell some stuff.
as a bonus?
Yeah, I should have that. He looks around. Am I
Under
on
language.
this, or oh, I can just roll. Oh, okay. I can just roll straight language because that is my language. I have Galangic as
Yeah.
my
Correct.
subspecialty. Oh, look
Yes.
at that. It's my language. All right. Well,
That is not a failure, by the way, because this is very easy for you.
help. Okay.
Yeah, to help. This is an easy thing for you. So you're going to get a +2 to, and I
Okay.
need to know, what are you rolling, admin or streetwise? Because they're different.
Based on Yeah, I know. Based on what I know about the Aslan, having had an Aslan patron, admin would
That would be
probably
a
be the
troke
more
roll.
respect. Oh, yeah.
See, if you want to do it by culture, right, he's going to help you with a culture. So the question is, you want to find out about where the Aslan are, what they're doing, what is their status here,
finish my
right?
question.
Oh,
Would
please,
I know,
go ahead. Please, go ahead.
based on what I know from having worked with them, would admin or streetwise be a more favorable approach for the Aslan? If I was to...
Well, you're not going to be approaching Aslan here. You're approaching basically non-Aslan to figure out where you're going to find Aslan traders that might be giving you what you want.
Oh, yeah. In which case, streetwise might be better for that, because I have a feeling that it's the people who aren't super imperial highport people that might know this then. So not the admin way, the non-paperworky way. Okay, I'll do that.
Make a social streetwise. Yeah, with
Absolutely.
a +2.
+2.
Yes, please.
Nate. Whew.
So you and Soto sort of walk around this bustling place. And there are some Aslan here, but again, not a lot.
Yeah.
And what you
More
notice
than none that
is...
were here before.
Yes, but what you notice is that there are no Aslan merchants on the station. There are Aslan who, but a lot of the people who seem to be here do not also seem to be tourists.
Yeah.
What you're gathering...
Shop from other merchants, maybe resupply themselves.
Yes. You are sort of getting the sense that there is an alternate trading center being set up on the surface of the planet. There's like you hear about like an Aslan community sort of being a kingdom, being set up by Vitaetas down on the surface, and that the Aslan who are up here are often, because they don't have a highport over there in Vitaetas' space. So what it looks to you as if there are a couple of people who sort of come up here or come through here, get supplies, get what they need, and there's a lot of goods being sort of funneled through here down to the surface, but also you get there are also reports from people here or there of Aslan ships coming in and bypassing the highport completely and just landing on the surface. So it seems to you as if there is, and from what you've heard,
is the highport like the Dollar General? Like, you don't go there for your full grocery run, but you're like, if you just need, a thing of milk or like a piece, a roll of tape, you don't want to drive 20 minutes to the other side of town when the Dollar General's 2 minutes down the road. It's kind of like the Dollar General for the Aslan. Yeah.
Let me ask a question. Technically, traffic in and out of planet is supposed to go through the highport and then shuttle down to the surface, correct?
That is correct.
The Aslan don't give a shit about that. They don't. If it's not Aslan dominated, like legal system or type of like power structure, they will ignore it unless they need to stop at the highport. So they're setting their own rules now.
They are. And what's interesting, and this is the interesting thing, because you did Streetwise, right? And this is part of what Soto's giving you as well, is there are a lot of... you can tell they probably do not have a lot of female Aslan here right now, because female Aslan would try to do some like interesting negotiations.
Yeah.
Right?
And they're not.
They're not. The vibe you're getting, though, is that, and this is because you did Streetwise, and also because Soto's there, and he gave you that last boost. The vibe you're getting is that rumor has it that there are quite a few ships landing on the surface, like quite a few.
Okay.
But that the Aslan coming up here to get supplies in some ways is a bit of a redirect, right? That having some up here to buy some things and sort of move some things obscures how much is happening
Yeah, and it's also to play nice a little bit too, probably. Like it's to
play nice a little
and
bit.
obscure.
Well, yeah, the GDCO and Thebus won't go, hey, where are all the Aslan if they see some Aslan? Because if they see where are all the Aslan, they're building their own colony and Lowport down this way, and hey, they're taking over the planet.
Yeah.
It might be something like that. Yeah. So, and you do notice, like here and there's like there are a couple of Aslan who, I don't know. I mean, I think Soto knows, are probably here to just keep an eye on what's happening. Yeah. Just to listen. Have coffee. Keep your ears open. Yeah. So there are clearly some spies or just agents who are hanging out, keeping an eye on this place, taking notes. There's also clearly an obvious Aslan presence that is going to obscure what's happening. If you want that work done on your you have to go planet side. Your vaccine, you're gonna have to go planet side.
The good news is I saved Fatatios's and his posse's life, so they kind of owe me one.
How about some different good news?
Assuming he's still in charge, he should be.
But assuming. Yeah. If not, there was some lady Aslan that I did save along with him, and they would know tech stuff. Right. So, yeah.
That's who I was thinking of.
Well, in charge is such a term. But what I would say is, really, you should probably not be able to get what you want done down there on the colony, because the colony is not really, it
shouldn't be
big.
But
nobody's checked in in 3 months.
Nobody's checked. And Aslan move fast.
They do move fast. They move very, very fast. So theoretically, there would just probably be no way to get it. But the conversations you've been having with some people might indicate that.
Yeah, I'm glad I rolled streetwise. I don't know if admin would have been able to get me that.
It would not have. It would not have.
Every second son in the Reach heard free land.
Yes.
And they came a running.
And so, admin says, well, you probably can't get that because they're not very well developed down there. There's like a small group of Aslan down there.
Says,
it's like,
maybe. All right, make a note to ask Severence for permission to go down to the planet side with the Camelot Viper to check in on the president and to visit the Aslan, just to check in on things and get my spacesuit altered.
Yes. There are very strong indicators that the Aslan community is larger than is being reported. Is perhaps a bit more farther along than is being repored. And
this is going to be a problem in about 9 months.
It's fine.
A big problem.
It's fine. And that there seems to be a kind of like a bit of a gap of information between the official GDCO people and some other people. But they have generally tended to be very aware of everything that's going on all the time. So there seems to be a little bit of
help from the surface people, potentially.
Yeah.
But
so they seem to be a little bit less.
Them, so.
Yeah. So there's just kind of an interesting.
I mean, the Aslan were originally allowed to go there so that they could back up the natives of the planet to fight back against GDCO a little bit. So. I mean, that part seems to be working.
It does. It does seem to be working. And
because I think the last time we got here, it didn't say, welcome to the highport and the planet of Thebus. It was just, welcome to the GDCO highport.
That is correct. And now also the planet of Thebus, right? So there's clearly...
Yes. Some representation up here maybe a little bit now.
Yeah. It does seem officially as if GDCO is still in charge of everything, but clearly... because they have a lot of guns, right?
They do.
But clearly...
But now the planet has a lot of Aslan, so...
And Aslan have guns, as it turns out.
And Aslan have
also ships.
Big guns.
No, Lindy. There's just a few Aslan. You can see them on the station.
I'm so sorry.
There's certainly not a large contingent growing down on the surface that is eventually going to kick everybody off by blood or boot. Right?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I've never worked with
Just
Aslan
a-
before. I wouldn't know that.
No.
To be
No,
very
just a
fair, when
small-
I was Val, this sounded like a great idea. And when I started reading up on Soto, I was like, oh, Jesus, that planet's toast.
Well, in the defense, it is a large planet, and the Aslan can coexist on a planet. It's just,
Until they run out of land.
right? Yeah.
Thankfully, it's a big planet, so it's not an us right now problem. It's a future us problem.
9 months.
Give it a year.
Yeah.
Let's do a year. Yeah.
But also at the moment that you did try to broker a kind of a relationship, so see, you'd have to.
It started
check
with
out.
that relationship rather than the Aslan just invading. It was, hey, you guys are kind of homeless and really injured. These guys have a problem with those guys and the Imperials. You guys seem to have some commonalities. So a little bit of a different founding.
So
than I think
you're telling us
most.
we get land and we can fight?
Yeah.
Sounds like a win-win. Everybody, there's land and we can fight. And every Aslan in the Reach just made a beeline to this bitch.
Of course, there's
also
going to be
let,
some issues there, but
Yeah,
One or
I would
two?
also like to listen to see if I could drop some eaves to see about if there's a well-known signal about some rich Imperial yacht getting stuck in a gas giant. Like about that distress signal we heard. If that's a common, like,
Right.
oh, someone fell for that again, or if it's a maybe it's not.
I'm gonna need deception.
Okay. Social deception, intellect deception.
Yeah, social deception.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna need.
Yeah.
Okay. Now give me your streetwise.
Oh. Oh, we totally not that we heard it or anything. But
No. When people ask questions, people notice. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
oh, Now my streetwise, social streetwise or intellect streetwise.
Social, because you're trying to get info.
Okay. Sometimes it's intellect for investigations. That's why I ask.
Yeah.
Nice, not bad.
Not bad.
My deception is better than my streetwise, which I actually think I'm kind of happy for right now.
So, you two are asking about. And again, you're trying to find that kind of the underbelly, the seam, and
Because my one connection here was underbelly, so I kind of know a little bit where to start.
what I'm going to say is, as you're poking around, it becomes very clear that you probably should not ask those questions in case people notice, right? And it's just one of those things where how do I put this? Can I get an intellect-based roll from Soto, who's here with Quint? And can I
I'm gonna
have
say
it
this too,
be
Rease is not here, just so in case she's
Yeah,
needed or
yeah.
he does not have her with.
for this sort of a thing? That makes sense. Could I get an
She's
intellect-based
playing
roll from
Dance
Rease?
Dance Revolution with Wesley and the
I'm looking for maybe something like melee or tactics, something a bit more aggressive, if you know what I mean.
Sure. Okay. So I can do. I mean, nothing like recon, right?
Recon would get you something different, but I'm thinking
Okay,
about something
I'll
a
stick
bit
with
more.
what you said though.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do melee. I can do melee with a specialty in. It's just my assassin's blade or natural. I'm not sure exactly what you're looking for. If it's supposed to be something that's Aslan specific, I could do the natural
do
roll,
base.
I guess. But just base.
Yeah, no,
and
do
then you want
base.
int,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, please.
8.
Okay. So you're going to be noticing different things, right? Recons for things that are like if you're going to be ambushed or things out of place. So there's a company, and you know of this company, right? It's
The PRC, the Proactive Recycling
the PRC.
Corporation.
It's a Proactive Recycling Corporation, and they are a well-known, legitimate corporation that does hauling, towing, repairing. Like they're like AAA, I guess, and they're present. They're not
I was
anything.
gonna say, Tony Soprano has a legit business too. So I mean,
He does also, yes, indeed. And the thing is, you see here and there as both of you are sort of trying to suss out some things just to see if this gambit has happened before. And some people don't know what you're talking about. Some people say something like, oh, well, if there's a problem, we should probably get the PRC to go out there and check them out. And they seem to be sincere.
Because
Some
if the
people,
PRC checks out their own trap, then that's not an issue. They're just saving somebody. Yeah.
some people are average people, but Soto's like, oh, they are not average people. These are dangerous people who look like they're average people, right? People who are enforcers, probably, right? Just trained. They're people who are clearly not accountants, but I mean, most people would probably think they are, but there are people here who seem to be not officially with the PRC, but they just are a little bit over observant when people ask questions about things. And Quint is subtle enough about the way that they ask questions that Soto, you pick up, you're bodyguarding in certain kinds of ways, right? Quint is able to ask questions in such a way that you can see some of these people who are just around, right? They're walking by, they're in an area. And when people ask about the idea of an Imperial ship that's damaged, their ears perk up and they watch. And as Quint talks, you can see them relax as if they think that Quint doesn't know anything that they shouldn't know, right? Like, it's sort of like, is somebody, and they often are placed not within Quint's viewpoint. That's one of the things that you pick up about them, that they are just sort of placed in a way that they're not, that the person speaking is not going to like, oh, I'm going to speak to this, this dock space or this space. And they're often just outside of the vision of the person speaking. But you pick up on them, and they seem to be people who are on the lookout for anyone who might know too much or might be a problem.
That means it's definitely a trap.
Yes. But Quint plays it off very well, right? That deception, right, allows Quint to play it off well enough that these people don't pick up anything. But because this is a successful streetwise, absolutely this is a trap. This is clearly one of their
Gambits that they rotate through.
It's one of their gambits they rotate through. This is definitely 100% a pirate trap. It is bait. It is 100% bait. And it is one of these things. And from what you're gathering you two together, it's not necessarily targeted because they just do a blanket sort of.
It's for people coming into the system who don't have fuel and go, oh, wait, someone needs our help. We're heading to the high port anyway. Let's pick them up on our way in. Yep.
And you also get the sense, both of you, that this group, the PRC, is Ferric Red Thane, where Kirsch's group, they seem to be daring, but they don't seem to be rich, right? The ships that they were on were not reported to be. Yes.
Because they have a legitimate business front, which also probably makes them good money because there's no competition here.
Yes, but one of the reasons why there's no competition here is because they attack them. Like
cut
you, the
yeah.
vibe, the vibe you're getting is that they don't like competition. Which is not the same with a lot of other pirate groups. They're like, you know, whatever, as long as you don't steal our particular. Like,
since I've been asking around about them and this situation, this trap thing, do we know so they own the salvage, the big scrap heap in the space, or is that free for salvage area? Or do we have to like put in a request to go junkyard shopping? You know, like what kind of like, is it like thugs who run a scrap yard, or is that they're like, no,
It's
no one
thugs
goes in
are
there,
us.
it's just us?
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, how are they controlling that section of space? Is that where they're hiding all their pirate ships, so no one's allowed to go there? Are they selling permits, like day passes to the scrap heap to salvage for junk to fix up your ship to maybe do a thing? Because some places do that. You know, I don't. What's their modus operandi, it would seem, for their legit front for that big scrap of space in the sky?
well, you didn't roll admin, but I will tell you this. I just need an admin roll. Somebody give me an admin.
I'll roll
I
admin.
want an admin roll. I would like an admin because there's a difference between the admin answer and what you rolled, right?
That's true. I'll take both answers. Admin intellect.
Yes, please. Because this is mostly. Yes. Okay. Admin gives you official things.
The legal answer is
nobody needs a permit to go out in the middle of nowhere to a scrapyard. You can just go there, right? This is from a.
Sure they don't.
They don't. There's no official permitting.
Legally.
Legally. Also, this is over 2,000 years old, and most of the
most people don't want that.
No,
the
but
only
also
ones who
most
go,
of the.
We have a 2,000-year-old ship and we have to fix it.
But also most of the really good scrap has been done like 1,000 years ago. Like, because there were like huge, massive capital ships which had a lot of stuff on it, and that's long been picked clean. So most people get the vibe that there's really not much super interesting
Except
in
for
there.
aesthetic scrap, which I know is out there.
Like most you're gonna get like small ships. You know what I mean? Like small ships, things like that, right? But like anything really big scores are pretty much all done. Admin also says people don't tend to go out there because there are some pirates that hang out there, so it's not necessarily safe. But if you wanted to, you definitely could go out there, right?
I mean, pirates.
Admin also says that sometimes that the PRC does save people who've been attacked, or it's more like if you've been attacked by pirates and your ship is damaged, you need somebody to save you to tow you in. So they will come in and save you. So if pirates
they were the
come
ones
in
who
and
probably attacked you.
Yes, absolutely. They were. Ooh.
Look at their business cycle. It's self-perpetuating.
They have the tow ship and the pirate ship, and they just go, all right, I'm out, head on in, and okay.
Yeah. And your Streetwise will tell you, oh, I see. So they're officially no, but from the vibe, and that's some of it's like, oh, well, where do they hang out? That they unofficially, if you show up on their turf, they're gonna shank you. It is a big area, so you might be able to slip through and all of that. But there's clearly like a little PRC, like little front spot here for like legitimate business. They seem to have a pretty decent, you don't know how many ships, but they seem to have multiple ships. They seem to have money. The president does not, they do not seem to have their headquarters here on the highport. Nobody quite knows where their headquarters are, but they seem to people are like, they probably have headquarters off in like an asteroid or something. Yeah, they have a kiosk. And that's it. But people are like, people are like, nobody seems to know. They're like, oh, we think that they have like, maybe they're out there somewhere out there by one of those moons. One of the gas giants is, I think, where they might be. But there's like a kiosk here if you need it. And I would say officially, anyone can do what they want to do. Unofficially, they seem to think, they seem to be out there in that area. And considering your roles, you have not heard of a lot of attacks against Imperial ships in this area at all. And there have been a couple of pirate attacks against Aslan ships recently. In the last
Because there's been a lot more of them.
Because there's been a lot more of them. But even in the past, pirates often avoid the Aslan and the Imperium because they don't want to, get involved.
Well, isn't our guy like a super Aslan racist? Like he wants to eradicate all of them?
Yeah, that's Peter Vallis.
We don't know if
yes.
these guys are affiliated with Peter Vallis or not. Peter Fallis,
No.
I'm sorry.
But, and you hear this because apparently there have been reports of Aslan ships going out that way to sort of try to pick up scrap and supplies. And that
Anything to
has...
scrap together something for this new settlement.
Yes, as a matter of fact, like, seeing if there's something they can find. Or going out there to wild refuel to avoid the highport, right?
The highport,
so
yeah.
There have been more Aslan... Yes, they don't want to check in, right? But there have been more Aslan ships going out that direction, specifically right around that moon that they didn't tell you this, but you know it. That moon where that distress signal is coming from, that gas giant.
Yeah.
A lot of
especially around
reports
there. Oh, that's so
especially
strange.
around there. Yes. So your vibe is they probably have they've probably got some decent sensors out that way looking for ships that come into their area, and then they will attack them. They also clearly set up honeypots to sort of pick up ships, but they seem to also be a little bit careful about it. It's like when asking about the amount of pirate attacks, it doesn't seem like they do it all the time. They seem to like have a...
Well, they're obviously ready to do another one since they have their honeypot set up right now.
Yes.
Well, they have people on the station that are obviously looking for competition, but they're also looking for marks, so they can pick out which ships they want, seeing what they load in cargo-wise. And
Absolutely, yeah. Cool,
Yeah.
thank you.
They got a business model.
Yeah. They do.
Yeah.
They
Quint
do have a business model. Yes, they do.
Day one, Quint is just like, I just need to get some intel before asking Severence permission to go down so I can give him some good info in return. To be like, hey, by the way, I want to go down to the planet. Here's some stuff I learned.
I need to roll 2d6 because you're also getting some rumors. Oh, interesting. Oh
yeah.
We get all of them.
Is that interesting? All the rumors.
No.
Or the worst rumor. Or the best rumor.
We get the rumor about us. Someone's going to kill the gambler tonight.
Tonight.
There is one other thing you hear from someone about some of the missing ships. Somebody says that, sure, someone's like, oh, but that last Aslan ship, that wasn't any pirates. That was the Space Kraken.
The what?
The Space Kraken.
Like a giant space squid that eats ships, but in space rather than the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did not know there was one on this side of space. How long has it been here?
Who knows? It's probably always been here, the Space Kraken. And somebody else laughs like this guy's probably a drunk pirate or a drunk sailor. Sailors don't know what they're talking about.
Shit to laugh off a Space Kraken at this point.
And
how do you know it was a Space Kraken? I ignore the person laughing him off. We'll buy the person another drink if it's at a bar. The guy who's telling me about the Space Kraken.
When you get headaches, bad headaches, that's when you know. Sometimes you think it's just a bad jump, but it's not, It's the influence of the Space Kraken.
I see. I'll be on the lookout. Thank you for the warning signs.
The Space Kraken, they mess with jump space,
Do they?
Because you don't know they're there, but they mess with your Space Kraken. And nobody's taking this guy seriously. This is some sailor who's seen too much.
I'm going, fuck, there's some giant invisible psionic space squid out there. There's some psionic space something. Okay. Okay, great. Cool.
That's
cool.
what he seems to think. Hey,
As long as it's not a Chemex or a Chemex or whatever it was.
No, it's fine. And again, Whether or not there is a space kraken is a whole other thing altogether.
It doesn't have
but
to be a
he
space
seems
kraken.
to think,
It could be an offshoot of the droid, although the droid are highly unlikely to attack any Aslan ships. It could be some psionic being fucking up shit.
yeah. But whatever it is, it's time for break as we come back. We're going to grab our globe over to our admiral as he does some trade and finds out what he learns. But he seems to think that the space kraken is more
Spraken.
hungry this year.
Yes.
Space Kraken Sie Deutsch.
Space kraken Sie Deutsch? My friends, you have a pretty good sense of where to go find some people down on the surface, and that there's a lot more going on down there than people up here might think. The previous GD co-head has been recalled and has been replaced after nobody quite knows why.
Crazy.
But
That's so
crazy.
So crazy.
Yeah. But we're gonna go to break, and when we come back, we're gonna see what our admiral is up to, and what might be happening with the admiral. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I want you to stretch your legs, drink some fluids, and we will be right back, everyone.
Stretch your fluids, drink your legs, everybody.
Woo!
And welcome back, everyone. We are back, and when we have come back, we have the admiral is going to be sort of checking out some trade just to see how we are doing. We have our lovely trade sheet done by Corifron, and you have to find a broker is what you have to do to go and do trade. Easy peasy. So I imagine you're going to try to find a regular broker.
Yes, I think. Where the hell is that?
So
that was my shit. Cool. All right, great. I closed out a roll 20. Love that.
So we've got this really cool sheet, which I will show you all so you can see it, which takes some of this speculative trade business, makes it a little bit easier for us. You have to find the broker. So basically, we need your broker plus what is the number for your broker plus either education or social together. What's your total number there?
What? One more time? You need
so
my
your
what?
broker skill plus either your modifier for either education or social.
That's endurance, education, social. 4.
It's already in there. Please, if you can see on that trade sheet, there's a little button that you can roll to see if you can find a broker.
I would love to. Let's see if I could figure out where the hell these buttons are.
It's in this. So scroll down lower on our ship. It says on the gambler trade sheet.
Speculative?
Yep.
Okay.
It says find a local broker.
Find a local broker. Bam. Find a 4. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
I have rolled a button.
4 days. So you're here for a whole week. It's going to take you about 4 days before you can find somebody that you can trade with, right? Which is like they're running around doing all of this, like trying to figure out, like getting rumors, seeing what's layland, and you're like trying to get a really good person to work with. And you know, this is how you do. There are goods that you can sell, right? And we know what this plan is. You can determine, let's see, where is it? You have your purchasing, that's 4. We want to find a buyer or local broker. We have that one. You just need now to get buyer prices. So at the very bottom, right? We've got
Find a buyer
these.
or local broker.
So there's a button there that says determine buyer prices to see what kind of prices you can get from them.
And what are we looking at? Whoa, we gotta put our trade tags here, right?
But it's already in there. It's already in there because it's just low population.
Broker buyer must be found first. Okay.
But you got it. Yeah, just hit that button there. The one that's the find a ring, a regular buyer broker. But what is it? You're a 4, I believe. There you go.
Find a regular buyer broker? Okay, bam.
Yeah. Oh, better. One day. All
right.
Easy peasy. You should put your broker skill in under Traveler's Broker Skill. Which I think... What is your...
broker skill. Got it. That's going to be probably 2. It is 2.
And
all right.
Then you should be able to hit determine buyer prices. Yeah.
Bam.
Okay. So looking at this,
cool.
Right? So you can sell those common industrial goods for a good profit, but the advanced electronics would be a loss because they're not a good planet for it.
If I clicked illegal, what would that do? Nothing.
That's if
it just checks a box. Okay.
Yeah, that's if it's an illegal good.
Okay.
So you can sell those 10 tons of industrial goods and get a decent profit on it, like a 15,000 profit.
Because we stole it.
You apparently bought it. You bought it actually, but you're gonna be able to sell it for more than it's actually worth, right? Because it's worth 5,000 a piece, and you can sell it for 6,500 a piece.
So I don't want to sell both of them though. What if I just did tons to sell? If I did 0.
Yes.
And I did sell trade goods.
Boom.
Bam. 65.
Done.
1,000 credits. Sweet. That was cool. All right.
Just like that. So do you want to buy more stuff? You probably do not want to sell those electronic goods at this moment.
No. Well, how much did we just sold? How many tons? Just told us, didn't it?
10.
10 tons. Well, no.
So little.
I think we should keep some.
Do you want to have empty space, right?
Yeah, I think we want to keep some empty space right now, because we are going to be going on some wacky adventure, and we're probably going to have some wacky things to put in the old trunk.
Yes, absolutely.
We need some junk in the trunk.
So you sold some stuff. You got some money, which is not bad. You got some profit there. You don't buy any more because you want to keep your hold a little bit open so that you can pirate people, I guess, is really probably partly what that's about.
Did that auto-populate our cache? Or should I?
Well, I believe it puts it in your operating fund, I believe, actually. So it should do that, which I think is nice because it does update it.
Where is our operating fund?
Top of that sheet, it says.
There it is. Boom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll transfer it over to your other sheet, but it's
Yeah.
Does it all for you.
That's cool.
So you sell your this. You had like a bunch of this kind of common stuff that you could sell for a pretty decent price. You're really at high level electronics. This is not the planet for that. So you keep that, but you've opened up some of your hold as you're moving about. Can I get from you social and something? Do you have carousing? Something you would use to schmooze a little bit.
Yes, I can carouse.
As you are going through this process. Oh, nice.
11.
Oh, very nice. So,
I fight with my words.
As you are, moving about space, finding trade, seeing what's up. It's like people are kind of a little sad that you're not buying more, but people are happy to purchase some of these goods from you. You are talking to various folks, and you hear a rumor. And what you hear, somebody says, "Oh, did you know that every ship from the Tobiah Commerce Guild carries at least 6 trained Marines to repel pirates. Did you know that?
I had not. I'm sorry, you said Tobias.
Tobiah, yes, the Tobiah Commerce Guild. They're quite worried about these things right now. Well, I would just can't compete with that now, can we? Sadly.
Right. Well, why would you be competing? What are you saying that?
Well, what I'm saying is that when you have them with their, well, and this human of some sort of leans in and says, "Look, you're from the Reaches, right? I could tell by your accent. The thing about Tobiah is that, they're an Imperial planet, aren't they? I mean, they're here in the Reaches, but they really quickly just asked the Imperium to come and just come on in. And, well, their trade guild gets all sorts of support from Imperial forces and ships, and it's really hard to compete with them because they've got the protection of the Imperium and we don't."
Right. And they have 6 usually trained Marines on board?
Yes. And people know that, like, I can't afford to have Marines on my ships.
No, who can? Well, I mean, obviously they can.
Exactly. Well, obviously the Imperium can.
Yes.
Bastards.
Yes.
Just makes it harder for the rest of us.
Of course it does.
I mean, you understand.
I do. Where are my notes? Where the hell are my notes?
The problem, of course, is that it's not like if they're all heavily armed and armored, then what about the rest of us? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know how it's going to keep moving forward, to be honest.
Well, I thank you. I thank you for the information, of course.
Yes.
But I think this is where I will sell these to you, right? I just swipe up with the credits.
Yes,
I'm waiting for you to
yes,
sign.
right there.
Just go
Of
ahead.
course, yes, of course.
Thank you.
Have you heard any good rumors
Have I
for a trader?
heard any good rumors?
Yes.
Have I heard of any good rumors lately? Well, I've heard one good rumor, most recent, and that would be, of course, that the Tobiah Guild has 6 trained Marines in every one of their cargo. But besides that, if I could offer you, I would probably say that. I've heard that I gotta look at our space map. Hold on, where the hell is the? There is our map, so I can remember where the hell we are.
And I will just move. Get everybody.
Did you know that number 1 is going to create is in the midst of marketing a deal for a golden space station?
Really?
Highport. Yes, they are. And you know who I think is funding it?
Who? I didn't think number 1 had that kind of money.
They don't. Drinaxian Empire, thou does.
Drinax? Mm-hmm. That place, I mean, is that place even still around?
Well, it seems like it.
Really?
Seems like they know what they're doing if they're going to... And hear me out. Number 1 is in a prime spot for trade.
That's true, but they don't have a highport, so, I mean...
Yet. But that's only what I'm hearing. And if the Drinax is swooping in to help them build and support them and sponsor a highport, then who knows what that's going to mean for the reach and the Midesian touch that Drinax may have on the roots.
Wait a minute. You're saying that old Drinax place is funding projects in the Reach?
Yeah, that's what I hear, and I hear that they are still looking for more. Quite generous of a dying empire, I'd say.
Huh. Really?
Yep.
Wait a minute. I heard that
I'm not
there was
certain
some
how
new...
true it is, but
Well, I heard that it was GDCO who was doing new things, not some old Drinax. Is it really there's something else besides GDCO?
I'm sorry.
There are opportunities with people besides GDCO in the
Well, of course
area?
there are. You just have to know who to ask. And maybe that's it. Maybe Drinax is going to start competing with GDCO. And that just seems a bit odd. I mean, it's either an empire or a corporate entity. Who knows?
Well, that's true. That's interesting. Huh. I'm going to, if you hear anything more about this Drinax thing, you should share, would you?
Oh, of course. Yes, if I can confirm this, I will make sure that you. Well, you know what? Let's. If it's confirmed less than what I've told you, if the integrity of the rumor that I have spread does seem to deteriorate away and wither, then I will contact you. Otherwise, let's just assume it is the truth.
Huh. Well, do they even have a functioning highport in Drinax?
Of course they do.
Huh.
Have you been to Drinax?
Well, no. I've heard that that place is sort of off limits.
To whom? Who says that? GDCO?
Yes, there was a GDQ agent who came through here saying that place was interdicted, I suppose. No trader should go there.
Very well.
They
don't go there,
but
but I can tell you, as I've seen it, there is a high port. Of course, it is a bit restricted access for those who reside in the Drinaxian nobility. But if you know if you know a couple of people, then there is a good chance that they will let you aboard. But the good people of Drinax, from what I understand, are letting they are lifting the veil of their nobility in places like Number One.
Wait, but I heard that they had an exclusive trade deal with GDCO and they only traded with them and no other trader should go to that place.
Number One or Drinax?
Oh, Drinax. That they had some sort of contract with GDCO to do exclusive trading and independent traders weren't welcome there.
Well, I guess that is the rumor that you have heard.
Are you saying it's not true?
I am.
Huh.
I mean,
well,
I don't believe it, I should say. I'm not saying it's not true. I just don't believe it.
Well, maybe I should send a ship out that way then.
To Drinax?
Yeah, maybe if there's trade there. But I mean, I was just told that they had an exclusive GDCO trading deal and no one else was welcome. But if you're saying that it's possible that trade could happen there.
Trade can, of course, happen in Drinax, of course. But just give it a while, and Number One will also be the place. It'd be easier for you. It's just only the one jump.
Yes, that's true. It's much closer. But that's interesting. Is it new that they broke their contract with GDCO?
Yes.
Huh. Well, I guess I'd better... Well, you know what? I'm not going to tell my friends. I think I'll just send it to my trading ships over there. Thank you.
The spirit, of course.
Huh. Oh, by the way, thank you for this deal.
Yes, thank you.
So imagine it. And he clearly thought, or he had heard, that GDCO and Drinax had an exclusive trading deal and no other trader should ever go to that planet. It's not what you've heard, because
That's concerning.
That's because...
I'm getting a feeling
GDCO.
Rachando might have said something like that to make sure no independent traders come and shove him out of his spot.
why would he do that? That would be weird. It's just that nobody comes to Drinax because it's so far out of the way.
Yeah, that
Theoretically,
and also,
I guess.
Yeah, that and also the fact that GDCO is spreading rumors.
I heard a rumor that Rochando burst into flames. I wonder how that happened.
How did that happen?
So
look,
weird.
I don't know why you're being mean to
Spontaneous
Rochando.
combustion happens.
He's the only one who trades with you all. He's the only place where you can get batteries and the life-saving resources you need. Why would you be mean to him?
This is a challenge. We will kill Rochando.
My friends, what all would you like to do next? You don't even have to spend a whole week. You are excellent over there with your trading and also a bit of rumoring.
It's only been a day.
Yeah, so what all would you like to do for the rest of this week?
We wanted to go maybe towards the surface, yes?
Quint would definitely
there
raise
was a
point.
potential
Yeah.
there was a potential surface going.
There are shuttles that you can take
Yeah.
down there. Obviously, they will take you from here to the small town of Thebus City while your ship is being repaired.
I
And
must remind myself where we are.
And if you remember correctly, there are these shuttles that regularly take people down for their safari when you get down there. Now, when you fly down to Thebus City, which is about a population of like 8,000 or so, it looks a little bit different from the last time you were there.
Yeah, that was really bad last time. Like, it had been shot to hell with, like, tanks and stuff, and yeah.
Yes, and you just had like a flat kind of downport. But when you arrive, it's interesting. There is some security, like there's some like a surface to air missiles protections for this downport. Again, it's still pretty basic, but they've got some better defenses. Soto, they are Aslan weapons. Is where they came from. These are definitely Aslan-made weapons, and they are defensive weapons to protect this from, I don't know,
Orbit?
people who might try to overthrow their government, right? So there's clearly some Aslan
Crazy.
technology that come in, crazy, for support. There is this
There's one Imperial scout ship.
repainted. There is a repainted
Oh, yeah.
Imperial scout ship that is there. So they have a ship, which is they did not have before. You can see their like radar. You also notice there are some Aslan built shuttles on their downport, so that if you wanted to go to a different location, they could fly you there from here. As a matter of fact, you see more. Yeah, you see more Aslan. There are a number of Aslan women who are here. You can see that there are there are some Aslan shops. Like it looks like the place there's been some rebuilding happening down here. There are, when you first land, you wouldn't necessarily see it, but when you sort of like look in towards the town, if you like walk through the town a little bit, you can tell that there are some Aslan trading shops, which means there's these Aslan women there who are running these shops. There is, however, right there in the center of the town, there's a statue, like a memorial statue of a young man. It's Ron, as a matter of fact. And the statue is commemorating one of their own who was killed. It's a little bit tricky because if you were just not going to pay attention to what the statue said, there's a lot of plausible deniability, but you get the sense that if you look in the fine print detail of the plaque, who was killed by the Imperium invaders who were trying to overthrow the sovereignty of Thebus.
None of us killed him, so.
No.
That's right.
But there were some very moving speeches, and there are these little evidences here and there that the people here seem to be very anti-imperial. Just here or there.
Makes sense.
And as you're walking through, right, this place, and you can see some, and it's there is like the the place that you come down is not they actually seem to have 2 downports. They're very basic, right? But the other second downport on the other side of town is where the shuttles that will take you somewhere else will be. And those shuttles are mostly manned by Aslan, but not exclusively. And that's where there seems to be like, what I would say is there's an Aslan section of town is sort of growing on the other side of town from where the people from the highport are going to land. And as you're walking about, somebody looks up and goes, "It's you," and points at the group. And I will note, nobody seems uncomfortable seeing an Aslan or 2 or any Aslan there. They seem to be pretty chill about it, but they see this group of you, and one of them points and like looks at this sort of group of you, and then one of them just takes off running towards probably the main town hall. And the other 2, they sort of start approaching this group very
Somebody
quickly.
get the president.
And they're like, Baron Severence, and you're the scout. We didn't. Could you come with us? We didn't know. Oh, and then like one there was like 2 of them who had approached you all, and one of them like the other one like runs off a different direction. There's like a bit of like and then you can hear people shouting, "They're back! They're back!" And one is there with you, and like one person has run off where the president is, and the other has run off to just announce your presence, and they seem so excited to see you. Is the doctor with you? Is the ambassador? Oh, it is so good to see you. We didn't know when you'd be back. Oh, and you have an Aslan friend. Oh, and this one. He looks a bit panicked. He's waiting for somebody else who actually speaks Troch better than he does. And he says in very broken Troch with a bit of a bow, "It is an honor. May your..." And you can tell it's looked like he's been trying to learn Troch, but he has just not gotten very far yet. And you could tell that like the activity in the town here, the only main city here of 8,000 people, they're being alerted to your presence, and they are very excited for you to be here.
We are also excited to be here.
Yeah.
Soto would
convincing?
nod to
Yes.
the person and then lean forward to Quint and say, "This is far from subtle."
It's true. It's true.
We kind of stopped an imperial takeover of this planet and saved the president and brokered some peace with the Aslan that were here and the locals.
Next time,
I
may
didn't think they'd
recommend a
recognize us.
disguise.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was disguising as a millennial warlord.
And you will notice that before, those of you who'd been here before, the sort of area where the shuttles from the highport land was sort of like a little bit of like Imperials and all those folks wouldn't really go into the town because they just did not care about that town or buy anything from this town. They would like stop here, get their jeeps, get like a guide, and then go off into the wilds, right, to go and do their safari. It was like they did not care about the rest of this place, but now the rest of this place is building up itself without the Imperials, that would come and visit. And it's not too long before like a small group of people come in and they hand you all air masks immediately so that you don't get air sickness, because the air is very thin here. One of them comes up and like they're like, "We've got the president would love to see you. We've got food on its way, and we also have food for you too." He says to Soto, who he doesn't even know who Soto is. I don't know if Rease is with you, but but it is very clear that they have.
Rease, you better stay on the highport.
They have food. Oh, let me ask, did you bring Rease with you to see a bunch of other Aslan? I'm just curious.
That is not the case. Rease is on board the Gambler.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. I was just curious. if,
Is it just the
They're
three of
above-
us, or did we bring like Malcolm or Kareem
Who is with you?
along? Yeah.
This
This is
sounds
Trooper
like
asking whether or not that random encounter table needs to come out.
yeah, that would be up to our Marine general, whatever Soto is. So what's
Oh,
your-
Soto's in charge?
Yeah, you're in charge of like
You're a
I
Marine.
would say you're the Marine guy, so you're in charge of like which troops you'd have in.
Okay, well,
to deploy, right?
If it is Soto's decision, then if Severance gives him the permission to do that, knowing that Quinn is already there, what he would do is he would immediately default to having Malcolm there because he views Malcolm as Severance's ward,
Okay.
not his bodyguard. His ward.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes
His
sense.
bodyguard.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He would also have made sure that Kareen was on board the Gambler and would remain there until they came back.
Yeah. Yeah, for security, absolutely. That's good to know. And just being very clear that Rease is not going to be hanging out with all the rest of y'all when you go to the Aslan settlement. Just noting it. Thanks. Thank you. So,
Very interesting.
you are brought to...
Greg's like, hell to the nah.
Maybe she wants to hang out with other Aslan, you know? So, you know, she could...
She can one in one hand and shit in the other and see which one is corpse.
So they, like, you were brought into, like, basically, like, this kind of nice city hall that you can clearly see there have been some rebuilding there. There has been evidence, Soto, let's pretend that some people with weapons, big guns, started bombing this place a little bit. It's been in the process of being rebuilt, and you're sort of brought into the town hall. And when you're brought up there, you see this very, very sort of old person. The vibe here, and I think the Aslan would appreciate this. The vibe here is that there's so few people here. It's like 8,000 people, right? And so they have a functioning democracy, but it's also you're the oldest and wisest person, and so we're going to keep voting you for president, right? There, you kind of got that vibe where everybody knows everybody, and this is the
only
person
8,000 humans on the planet.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Which is why they're like, well, there's an entire planet, and you know that's. Sure, you can take some of it because there are only 8,000 of us. But you get the sense, right, that this is like the respect, right? This is like the elder of the, I don't want to say village because it's the capital city, also the only city.
The only city. Well, not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not the only city.
And he sees Quint and walks up to them and just clasps your hands and he says, our savior, it is so good to see you. I'm so glad that you've all returned.
Glad you're
please.
still alive.
Oh, you have an esteemed Aslan with you. Oh, and there's like food has been laid out on a fairly large table, and they actually bring out like a cage with some live. They're kind of like hedgehogs, I guess. They're like a little bit bigger than rats. We can please. And one there's like an aide who's got like the cage of this like hedgehog type thing.
Aslan feeding guy. There's the live hedgehog cage.
Who's willing to open it up so that you can get it, and they've like set up a whole spread for you all.
Well,
They're not going to release the cage unless you give them the word.
And then, of course, Soto is not going to eat anything unless given the order to do so by Severance. So we're in a bit of a standoff.
There's a cage of food. Sorry, I was.
There's regular food for.
There's a big spread, and then there's a cage of hedgehog-esque creatures for Soto.
Got it.
Yes.
Hedgehog adjacent.
I think
adjacent.
before I approach the spread, I sort of nod to Soto.
And the president has come out to greet us personally.
Yeah. And
The president of the entire planet, all
the
8,000
entire
people in
planet.
one town.
Yep. The whole planet who's just this town, and nothing else. And he nods to Soto as if like to indulge, or if they want to, or maybe I nod to him, and then I nod to the people holding the cage, like go ahead, and then I sort of wait a moment, watch whatever happens, and then I'll probably approach the table.
Open the cage, and this hedgehog thing sort of like shuffles out, and it's like it's faster than you would think, right? It's a bit more agile than you would think for like a kind of like a weird little hedgehoggy body, and it starts trying to find a way out of this room.
Yeah.
And that's how it
Because
dies.
there's
Looking for a way out.
Yeah. That is how it dies. Because there is, after all, a predator right there. Could you describe how Soto catches it?
Yeah, I will leave the actual consumption to anybody that owns a cat.
Yes.
This is Soto lets it run. Soto, you've noticed that Soto uses the mouse bot exclusively. Like he can't eat anything unless it's moving, it seems.
Yeah.
And
This
so
is so
he
much
lets
better
it,
than the mouse spot, I imagine.
yeah, he lets it zig and zag a little bit as he kind of, his whiskers twitch just a bit as he's watching it. I mean, because it's obviously not a real big thrill, but it's good enough. It's good enough for government work here. And
Yep.
it moves for a second, and then a second later, has his blade through the middle of it as he has some kebab.
Can I get a luck roll from Soto Masi?
A luck roll? Well,
Yes, please.
Suck.
My.
Do. Oh, there it is. Beep. Yeah, 7. I mean,
It is a failure. Great. Good to know. Awesome. And so they're like, the president's like, it is. So what do we owe the honor of having the court of Drinax visit us?
Oh, we were just passing through, and also wanted to check in on you and your health.
Oh, thank you. And you can tell that the security is a little bit better than it used to be.
Good.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And some of that security
Looking around
is
like if I wanted to
Aslan.
assassinate the
kind of a
president, it'd be
point.
harder than it was last time.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah.
Yes, it is. And some of that security is Aslan. Not a lot, but you get it's like they have sent representatives, right, as part of this exchange. They said, well,
they're
things
helping
are
with the
going
defense. They're building things. They have their own little
Yeah.
section of town. It's not like they're expanding or anything. Not at all.
No. Nope. It's going very well. The Aslan, we've helped them with settling in, and they've helped us, and they've especially helped us in the aftermath. There was some trouble with the remnants of the Imperium, and the GDCO tried to play a bit of hardball, but they've been very good neighbors, is I best. Oh, their leader, their chieftain, Fateatos, has been doing quite well. By the way, that was for your luck roll. My dearest Soto Masi.
I'm poisoned.
No, no, but
I
you
didn't know to put the
do-
poison in the hedgehogs beforehand. You just got here.
No, but you do know the name. You do know the name Fateatos. Fateatos you don't know personally, but you do know his father, Fatakayo. They are, how do I say, not aligned with your clan.
Well, are they aligned with the Freyrito clan?
You know, there's been some,
They're way on the other side of Aslan space. It's kind of difficult to have alliances, but they're neutral, right?
What I would say is there have been some tensions between your clan and their clan in the past. There's been some tensions. There has been especially been some pretty intense, almost trade wars between some of the female Aslan from both of your clans. There's some competing trade companies between yours. That said,
The Freyrito clan is not his clan.
no.
But that's the clan that he claims.
Yes, no. your clan and
Okay.
their clan have some tensions, shall we say. That said, can I get a troke roll from you?
Fuck. Okay.
With advantage. Oh, well, yes, but what you get will be a little bit depending.
Okay, with a boon? All right.
Yes, please, with a boon.
Language.
Language.
Yes. So, his clan, right? They're not a big clan. They're like not a massively huge clan. They're here from the Reaches. There's been some tension between your two clans, but again, not a huge clan. But what's interesting about them is Fatakayo, the leader of that clan, his wife. You have never seen her, but what you have heard is that she is actually not from here. She is from the Hirate itself. She's from a different clan, a kind of a
One of the
an
big ones,
important
like one of the
clan?
centrals.
Yes, one of the centrals, but one that is always a bit big clan, big one, but one of the ones that is maybe mystics.
Fuck me. All right.
They're one of the ones people are like, I don't know about them necessarily, right? Like what's going on with them? But they're mostly, they don't tend to have a presence up here. They might have some like allied clans perhaps, but they're really down. But there was some discussion at some point in time, like why did this guy, right, who's from basically kind of like a minor clan that's not even ranked, how did he get married to an Aslan woman from a ranked clan that's way in the Hirate, that's also kind of like a weird mystic clan? You've not ever seen her, but you do know, rumor has it, that like their fortunes really started going on the rise once she came from the Hirate itself out here into the Reaches, and they got married and had a union.
Chat, just for no real purpose at all, when you play in a game with Trooper, make sure you succeed on every fucking luck roll you ever roll. Just
make sure.
Just for shits and giggles.
I wouldn't worry about it at all, though. I'm sure it'll be fine. But yes, that's just a thing that I think that you'd be like, oh, I need to just be aware of that. Yes. And so they are very happy. So we are, what can we do for you? And by the way, thank you for the ship. We were able to hire a pilot, and that has actually made it so that we ourselves can get off the planet and do things that we need to do without relying on GTCO. And the Aslan have been, well, they've been a real aid for us. You're like, 8 months.
Glad to hear things have been going well so far.
They have. There was a bit of a problem that they helped out with. Some Imperials came to confiscate the ship, but we had some Aslan representatives here who made a very good legal argument that we should be able to keep the ship.
There's no Imperial scouts here. Why did they need it? It's got the shape of an Imperial ship, but it's totally got Thebus and paint scheme.
Well,
Salvage.
Well,
it was salvage.
Yes. Well, they did want it back,
That's what
but
I imagined.
the Aslan are very persuasive.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yes. So how long will you be staying? And are you here to Please.
We're probably only going to be here for a couple of, maybe a day or two. Not too long. We don't wish to bog down your hospitality.
Oh, of course. We have a new shuttle. We've named a wing of our hospital after your doctor.
Oh, did you?
Yes. He saved a lot of people.
I'll make sure to let him know that. He does not travel with us any longer. He has found a more of a, well, at the moment, more of a, he's back in the Drinaxian palace has a place for him there.
Yes, well, I should say, thank you.
Of course.
Well, do you need a place to stay? We have a home that you could stay with. We have families who'd be willing to take you in, or anything.
Probably not. I think we'll probably we'll risk it, and maybe we'll rough it out there in the old wild. We've done it before, right?
Yes. Well, anything you need, anything at all.
Of course.
We're so glad to see you here.
A little table talk.
He nods to Soto. There's a lot of ooh, they've got there's an Aslan with them. Oh, that's so wonderful.
Yeah.
Like, they seem to have been really excited by this.
Before I start, pushing what we're doing, we're at Thebus, right? So we
Yes.
need
planet.
to go find that globe. Yes, and that's somewhere in a junk area. That's in
That's in
That's
space.
probably in space.
That's
No,
in
we
the
could
space,
ask
in the
these
distressed
people about it
area.
to see if they might have any
right,
knowledge of it, though.
the distressed beacon was probably in the junk area where
It was on the way
PRs
to the junk area.
It's on the way to the junk area.
Okay.
Like,
and
you're
it's
not going to be able to
definitely
get
a
to
trap,
yeah.
by the way.
Yes,
BT
it is
dubs.
definitely a trap.
Right. So that's a trap. Yeah. But the message
is.
globe is somewhere in. Okay. So
Most
it's not even
likely.
here. Great. So we probably don't even need to be here.
Quint wants to try to get an axe port for the vaccine
Right.
so that I can
Yes.
chop people up
All right. Well, then that's good. And
in
then
space.
Yep. Okay.
Or chop
And we-
into the side of a ship in space, because that thing will cut through. Just give me enough time.
Right. And we need to just because we need to just sort of buy some time while we're wait for our repairs. And
Basically.
that's probably what the
And it's
answer
probably
is.
good to just check in with these people too to see how
Yeah.
they're doing while we were
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Seems they're doing
Okay, cool.
well.
All right, just
And also,
double
it's
checking.
good look for Drinax if we check
of
in on
course.
places we've been to. Yeah.
Of course, we're going to be going to number one next. I can't wait to be like, so how's it coming along? Has there been any payments? No? Great. Wow.
We've had our
All right.
diplomats go there. That's what the Elaine's been doing. Is
That's true.
diplomats and
That's true.
engineers.
So there should be some money. And we should be
There would
starting
be-
the
they would-
work of a golden
Yes.
highport.
They would, by the way, just give you the hero's welcome. Everyone and a lot of people in this place, the capital city, want to thank you,
One small
shower you
day
with praise. Like they
Thebus
Yeah.
City. One
And
small
Everybody
while
day.
wants to
this
give you
is
all love.
going on here
Yeah.
on this planet specifically with no Imperial presence, I'm gonna have the Viridian mask kind of on, but tilted to the side, kind of like how you kind of do with the kitsune masks. You would put it on the
Yes.
side, so it's like I'm wearing it, but I'm not, to give it. Look, heroes welcome. The hero wears this mask. This is a heroic mask. I'm going to start that association with my Viridian mask. That I'm trying to cleanse a little bit. That I've been working on cleansing this whole time.
Soto,
Cool.
you've never seen this mask before. Quint has this wooden mask. It is
Covered
made
in
out of
catnip.
green. It's a green wood. It's a green poplar, and through the mask there is this green gemstone that you have seen before. The gemstone, at least, that is embedded in this mask.
It's like the same
Just
type
so
as
you
the
know.
ship.
Man, and it just looks like it would be such a good material to claw and sharpen your claws on. Oh man.
Soto Masi will remember this.
Yeah.
Just
So
a thing for you
just
to.
on the side. Because if I just warp, people might not realize it's me, the one who saved the president. So I kind of like have it like
Yeah.
half on to be like, oh, the
Yeah.
hero's mask. Yeah. Like
The
I
mask
just
of Loki.
help with the cleansing a little bit.
Yes,
while
it
I'm
would,
here on
as a matter of
Thebus.
fact. So, would you like to go to the Aslan community?
Yes, I would.
I
at least.
think so. I mean, I think it's
Good to
almost like
check in on both sides while
Right.
we're here.
I think it's almost unspoken, but I think it's almost unspoken, but I don't know if there's actually been an official check-in with Soto, if that's what Soto is cool and comfortable with.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Where it's like, all right, let's go, ha ha ha, and then just assuming it's cool with Soto. But I have, like, out of character, I have zero idea if that is cool with Soto.
No, Soto is fine with it, but when asked, Soto would ask that you do not refer to him by name, and if you have to refer to him, you need to use the name Recaro.
Recaro.
That's weird.
Quint doesn't question it. Quint's like,
I know Quint won't, and Soto knows that Quint won't.
Yeah.
Ricardo.
Recaro.
Ricaro.
Right. Oh, no, I heard you right. It's Ricardo.
Soto Masi's
Don't correct me.
fake name that we have to call him on Thebus. In slash in
Or at
front of
least-
other
yeah,
Aslan.
right, yeah. Slash and yep.
I am still laughing.
It is my
Cord, at
persona.
the Soto speak when you said no, it's Soto Masi. I told everybody that joke, and everybody looks at me like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh, you kind of had to be there." It was
That was
awesome.
very good. It was. I laughed so hard.
Thank you.
Recaro. All right, Recaro. Let's go. Quint's have like 5 names. Quint's not gonna judge you.
Let me find my Soto notes. My Noto Masi.
Yeah, let's go see. Since it does seem to be that Fatatias is still in charge, that's good for me and Severence, especially Michael, because he was gonna die, and I was like, nope, get on my scout ship that I've murdered my compatriot on, and then we will get you to your dad.
There is a shuttle that will take you, like a small shuttle that'll fly you out from this small town, Thebus
Is it
City,
an
the
Aslan
capital.
shuttle, or is it like a generic shuttle?
It is an Aslan shuttle. Because, again, this community did not have the technology because, weirdly, GDCO just kept not sharing it. Weirdly. You know what I mean?
That's you say weirdly, but it's not that weird.
Really? I guess I was just so shocked that they didn't.
Oh no. How do you spell Ricardo? BT dubs. I know that's not how you spell it.
It is Rykharo.
Rykhar. I was damn close. Okay.
I was gonna say mine wasn't too far off for me. I just had two
I had an
R's.
apostrophe with no Y. All right, cool. Ricardo.
So, as you fly over the jungle, you can still see like the remnants of the wreckages of like the damage of the wars from a while ago. And you make your way, and a lot of this planet is rebuilding. And the shuttle takes you off, and you move, and you see, as you crest over like a bit of a hill, you see the forest. There's a break in the forest, and there is a town with a downport that is nice, i.e. it has fuel tanks, right? So you can refuel down there. And you can see a number of homes that are built around it. And they are, I'd say there's probably more than 8,000 people in this other place. You know,
These Aslan?
yes, this is an Aslan town. Maybe 10, 12, 15,000 Aslan. You don't see many humans here. There are a couple, but they are dressed exactly like the Aslan, right? They do not seem to be local to this planet. Right? And you got the colors of the house. This is very clearly still being developed, but you can see there's shops, there's trading center, like all these sort of like female Aslan who are doing this. It is Soto, you've seen this. This is what happens when people are beginning to start a settlement, right? They're beginning to get their infrastructure. And of course, a lot of this place doesn't have, a lot of this infrastructure is clearly being brought in from outside and built up. You can tell that the humans of this planet have been helping. And it's not like being home, but Fatateas is gaining territory, is what I'm going to say. And therefore respect. And when you land, you have your pilot, who's an Aslan, who starts speaking to you in Troch, not in Galengic, and addresses Soto Masi and says, where do you need to go?
He would, again, look back at the two. He's playing up the idea that he is honor bound with a blood debt, because he is. And because of that, his identity is compromised, not compromised, but his identity is basically shifted to that of Severence. So he becomes a tool of Severence.
Yes.
And so in looking at Severence, he would translate all of this. Where do we need to go? He would look at Quint. Your arm.
Yeah, and then I
To see
look over.
Fatateas would probably be good. He would know who to go to for such a thing.
And he would turn back to the pilot, and in Troch he would say, Fatateas.
Nods.
Yeah. He doesn't
Probably be rude to not say hi to him while we're here, too. If we said hi to the president, we should probably also say hi to Fatateas.
Right, that's true.
Yeah.
He's not going to give a shit, but
No. Yeah. It should be good politeness to visit both leaders.
Squirch behind the ears,
As you're being led, I will say some things that are known, especially to Quint. Clearly, Soto Masi knows. Severance has been a pirate at times, so you might know some of this.
Unless Severance would tell Soto not to, Soto is going to describe everything to Severance, point out dangerous things, cultural aspects. He gets the sense that Quint already knows some of these, but he would say it loud enough for them to be able to, take the knowledge as well. But he's not going to leave Severance in the dark here. And this is not, this is, again, he would stop if Severance was like, no, I know that. But if Severance needs the information, he feels like it's the same thing as giving him a gun before a battle. This information is very necessary. So,
So
And
some
I
things
thank you for it.
that you should know. The Aslan are, in terms of propaganda, known to be wild people who will stab you at any moment and just very, very violent. That's propaganda, though. They are, however, touchy about honor. And you do not want to offend them, because they tend to, actually, they have a very honor-bound society. They might charge you. They're not going to just beat people up. That's actually not how they are. Duels might happen, though. But there is a whole thing about proper behavior, and it is improper. Like, they are honor bound to deal with insults, right? So if you insult them, they're going to have to deal with it or else lose face, and that is no good. So you cannot infringe on an Aslan's territory. You must have permission. You must always ask permission to be in someone's territory. So going to say Fatateas is very good so that you may present yourself and get permission to be there. If you go onto their territory without permission, it's going to be bad for you.
This includes shops. This includes anything.
Yes.
This includes anything that can be claimed.
Yes. You must ritually request permission to enter a shop. All of those things, right? Or else it's considered disrespect, dishonor. And there is, Aslan who deal with non-Aslan understand that sometimes non-Aslan are not very honorable and don't really understand how to behave like civilized people. And so sometimes they can handle that, but you have to watch out. There are 3 types of offensive behavior. And you need to know the 3 different types of offensive behavior: familiarity, impoliteness, and discourtesy. Familiarity is when you treat social superiors as equals. So any kind of social interaction, like extreme friendliness or condescending treatment from a lower class Aslan, or, non-Aslan, to an upper class Aslan, is inappropriate. Any kind of touching without permission is an instance of familiarity. So you cannot be familiar with anyone who is your better. That is a form of offense.
This is why Soto referred to Severence by his full title until Severence said no, and truncated it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Overfamiliarity is no good. Impoliteness is the second category. And that is an offense that happens because you're not well educated. You know what I mean? Like, you're ignorant. And it could be, for example, failing to use the right honorifics when you're speaking to a social superior, failure to respond promptly when being addressed, or losing your temper in public is also a form of impoliteness, not being in control of yourself. Then there is discourtesy. And discourtesy is a deliberate insult, and it springs from contempt, a lack of respect or malice. And this is the worst. It's very, very bad. Now, I will note that people who are not Aslan, sometimes the things they do might be perceived of as discourtesy, but they didn't actually mean it because they're ignorant. But nonetheless...
Trooper, correct me if I'm wrong. Discourteous is the one that can travel through generations, right? Between clans.
Yes.
That's the one that
Yes.
it happens until it is righted. It is fresh. Right? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Cool. That's and also failing to immediately apologize for familiarity is impolite. Failing to apologize for impoliteness is discourteous. So, if you do any of these things, you must apologize, or it starts escalating in terms of disrespect. And, there are ways to apologize. Quint would know. You can verbally apologize, or you can do gestures of apology. For example, offering your throat to the offended party for violence. Now, if you offer your throat, they probably are not going to do the violence, because this is a way of apologizing. And because you do not want to offend them, because if you offend them, then become your enemy, and perhaps along generational lines. That's no good. Discourtesy is grounds for dueling. So, you could have a duel. Duels can also be between individuals or entire clans. They can escalate to wars. So, you could have personal combat. You can have larger combats. You just do not want to be discourteous. It's not a good idea.
Cool.
Yeah. So they're very touchy about.
Happy to have Recaro.
Recaro.
Lead this, because I would probably immediately be throated.
So they are touchy, but there is a difference between how people talk about them and how they are. The Imperium sort of frames them as if they are mindless beasts who just murder and pillage everyone. But it's actually not okay within Aslan society to commit violence that is excessive or without need, right? Like they actually are. They want that sort of perfection, and violence outside of proportion is considered excessive and wasteful and not honorable. So there is a lot more to them that people who are outside of their society often don't
Which says
understand.
a lot that they bombed the shit out of Drinax.
Yeah.
If they thought that was acceptable levels of violence and not disproportional.
Right.
There is some debate about that, though. There are some people who thought that was dishonorable. So there is that is not a settled question amongst the Aslan. Some people thought it was not appropriate. So, right, you have to sort of ponder that. So you have to ask permission, do not infringe. And you are brought up, and there is like a palace built for Tatias that it's built with a lot of scrap, right?
Yeah, it's a scrappy palace.
It's a scrappy palace, but you can see that this is it's not particularly, like, they're still working on it, right? Like, they are.
It's like you built a palace, but you made it out of Fallout 4 materials.
Perhaps, yes, right.
A lot of space scrap that's already been scrapped over a few times.
Yeah.
But does the palace have the best view of the surrounding land?
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yep.
It does. And of course, there are always, they care about ancestors quite a lot, right? So there are signs and ways to honor your ancestors. Clearly, non-Soto people, lineage is really important. Announcing yourself with all of your titles is really important. Quint knows. Severence, you don't know. No. There is... but you're picking up on it. They have a very gendered society.
I feel like I knew this.
Yes, but, well, no, you would know that in general, but like it is, you would know this because you've done trade. When you do trade, you only trade with female Aslan. Male Aslan don't really know what money is. There also is that one Aslan that lives on the floating palace who did not know what money was for a really long time. It took him a long time to figure out how to eat, because but there's also like women train women, men train men, or people who identify that way, sort of that function in society. And it's fairly rigid. And when you sort of go through this village, you would never, like, you don't see something like a young woman traveling about with a male Aslan. Like, none of that is happening here at all.
Right.
Not that it... Yeah. Anyhow, you are brought to the palace, Fatatias's palace. Still, I will note, kind of hard scrabble. It's still very like an Old West town with things are sort of being brought in. People are trying to clear land, right? There is... Soto knows this. There are entire swaths of forest that are most likely only Fatatias's for his hunting, that nobody else should be allowed to go into, because that is how they are. And you are brought in, and there upon like a tall throne sits Fatatias, young, second son, has done very well for himself. And there are a number of like female Aslan advisors around him. There's some guards. He sits and he watches each of you approach.
Very first thing that happens is that Soto is going to essentially claim both Severence and Quint as a superior, and he is going to bow for them for...
Could I ask you, what kind of lineage and honorifics do you give them? You're doing intro, so how much do you give them? I would like to know how you frame them for Fatatias.
Oh, I just go through all the honorifics that Severance usually has. You know, Admiral, Captain, Baron.
Love it.
You know, that's how he claims it, and he claims that he is. Reflection. Quint is an equal, again, using the gender of the culture, an equal to Severance for the compatibility of being able to do the business, and and he would make himself known only as a tool for Severance. That should let them know that he is blood bound to them. I think that's how that works. If Greg Swiss Cheese Brain can remember.
What kind of lineage does Ricaro give for himself?
I'm not required to give any if I note myself as a tool for Severance.
So immediately in this space, it becomes clear you have no territory, at least in the way that you're claiming it, right? And can I get from non-Aslan, can I get a roll? Can I get intelligence and diplomacy?
Okay.
At a Bane.
At a Bane?
I can't help with that?
Both of us?
You both, yes. Well, not...
Do I get a straight roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you get a straight roll. You get a straight roll. Severence is at a Bane.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice roll.
That is a very nice roll.
I will spend luck because we're getting near the end, and I think I'll spend the 1 luck.
There are dynamics happening here between the Aslan. Now, Fatatias knows you two and seems positively inclined as well as Aslan can be.
Yes.
And there was something about this. Soto has a kind of... Soto's got, I want to say charisma, but he's got gravitas. Soto Masi's got a real sense of gravitas about him. He's impressive. You know what I mean? He is. He's impressive. He's tall. He's got like a sense of... He's very impressive. But when he introduces himself, there's an interesting shift that happens that Fatatias seems to slot him as a lesser in a way that you have not seen before. The announcement makes it seem as if some people have no territory and are therefore not important, are lesser, shall we say. And there is a way in which, when the announcement happens, the entire court seems to treat Soto with less respect. They do not disrespect him, but they no longer see him as being worthy. They do not recognize the gravitas that you see in him. They do nothing to insult him. They would never be dishonorable, but they don't have to regard him, if that makes any sense. He becomes, he's treated as a tool.
He's also using a fake name, so I'm just...
He is
like,
also using a fake name.
He's laying low. Okay. Not gonna ask why.
But I don't know how you feel about it, but it isn't nice, right? Like there's kind of like they treat you all better than they treat him in a certain way because you don't know better. Do you know what I mean? Like you're just like, you're not Aslan. Yeah. So they give you a certain sort of indulgence, right? But they can dismiss him in a way because he seems to be worth nothing to them. And you have never seen anybody treated, again, all the time you've flown with him so far, no one's treated him this way. And how does Fatatias, how does Soto Masi take this?
Perfectly fine. No problems visible.
Yeah.
No problems visible. Yeah. It's not what you're used to. And
He had ample time
Fatatias
to prep for this, so.
Oh, yes, he did. You don't have to roll tolerance because this is your culture. You know exactly what is going on here, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know what this is. And Fatatias goes, my rescuers, it is good to see you. Please, to what do we owe this honor? And yes, please, you are permitted to be in my territory. Officially, he makes it official.
Good.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit to my kingdom?
Repairs, I give a glance at Severance, like, do you want to take this? You want me to lead on this one?
Yeah, you absolutely.
I imagine there's just a look at the eyes,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, me. Okay. Well, we were passing through the area, and it had been a while since we had seen what progress you had made here. Make sure you are still well and that things are good. To say hello to an ally. And also, I was wondering if some of your craftsmen could perhaps help me out with a problem I have.
Certainly. Also, my mother has given me a letter to deliver to you.
Oh.
Should I see you again?
Honored to receive it. Thank you.
And he just passes over Soto as if Soto is just not there, and looks over to Severance and goes, women's business, you see, and sort of laughs as if you would know what that means.
Women, am I right?
Yes. And the women who are behind him are just looking. They don't really respond, but I will note they have all the stuff.
Men, but they're not saying it out loud. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, yes.
Lady
and he goes,
stuff.
He goes, and yes, business, of course. And he just looks at the female Aslan.
And trade and admin and
yes.
all that lady stuff.
Lady stuff and running corporations, lady stuff. Yeah.
Right.
And just
Meanwhile,
math.
Math,
technology.
lady stuff.
I've got all the lady skills.
And he just sort of like turns to the women. He goes, please help our esteemed guest with whatever technology it is that she needs. And one of them sort of nods to you and is going to sort of come forward. And by the way, deliver the letter to you. He does not have the letter. She does. And she delivers this
that
like...
would be the case. They're the post office. They're like correspondence. Men would lose the mail.
Yes. Any logistics they're doing, like it's, yeah. But he, he's on a throne.
I can't wait to go hunt with the boys.
And he just, because we would love to have you hunt with us. Please, tell me.
Yes.
Have you heard any news? And he says this as if there's, it seems as if there's something he's looking for,
Or he's looking to say, like, yeah, the guys on the highport are saying how big y'all have gotten. Yeah.
Right.
No, they don't know. We can tell them about the pirates, I guess, but that's about it.
I mean, news of what? I mean, there's, we're actually on the tail of we're actually hunting down some piratey prey from Torpal.
I see. He nods.
No,
there is some. He nods. He thinks about it, and there's something on his mind. Clearly, right? And he sort of thinks about it. There's some trouble. Perhaps you might look into.
I don't know. We've got a lot of quest threads, but we can try.
It might be the pirates and the scrap heap, and if so, they want to, two birds, one stone.
Oh, they can't ask you to do things for them. You know what I mean? Because that's dishonorable.
That's true. Yeah.
It's very difficult to ask people to do things for you.
He already asked us to bring them to his dad once. He's like, I can't ask anything else ever again.
Meanwhile, do you know anybody who can put a Dewclaw port in our spacesuit?
Oh, like on the side, I imagine Quint's like, yes, and they're like, the axe is coming on, and they're like, oh.
We're being so dishonorable.
Yeah. No, there are these female Aslan technicians who are like noting your axe and noting it and sort of thinking about it, and they're like you can see them thinking about the interesting part. Yeah, they can do that, no problem. Also, you have still a reward with their trade reward, so like you don't have to worry about that so much. And they said, and Fatatius goes, everyone out except for Severence and his tool, if you would.
Meow.
Everybody starts leaving.
Yeah, I'll just go with the ladies. we're gonna go.
Oh, they're gonna fix you up, by the way.
Fiddle with the spacesuit. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna fix you up. That's not. They know how to do that, and that's not gonna be a problem at all. And he says, "This is between us. It's from my mother through my father. There are some reports that we cannot discuss clearly, but there have been some reports of Aslan here by Pala Sisam Ihatai becoming inexplicably feral. We don't know if it's an illness or something else. But there have been reports of some of us becoming dishonorable in a way that is not natural. Only here in the reaches, though.
Rabies.
Perhaps, but if you can keep your ears out for anything about this, it would be important.
I will make a note of what you are referencing, but I would not. I would know better than to assist in any requests that you would make.
See, if this were to propagate the information out into the reaches, it could be used for propaganda against us. So, and of course this is sensitive.
Of course.
It's some sort of sickness that makes Aslan dishonorable. So,
interesting.
And we've not been able to learn anything about it, mostly because it's usually isolated Aslan in this human space. So if you are traveling in these spaces, perhaps people who are not Aslan may speak to you more freely than they would speak to us.
Very well. I'm sort of, a lot of this information I'm sort of taking in, but also trying to get any read off of Soto, but I'm assuming Soto is a brick wall right now.
If you look at Soto, you're allowed to engage me as a tool.
Right.
You can ask him anything you'd like.
That is fair. But I don't know if there is any words. I think it's mostly he looks over and tries to read Soto. Not from being a tool, but for being a person with feelings.
Yeah.
Then he would look at you and he would say one word in Galangic, but he would simply say, Valentine. If it is a sickness.
Of course. Well, if it is a sickness, we do have a master surgeon out of Drinax who could take care of really any sickness thrown at them. I've been saved many a times, but we will look into it. This information is safe with us.
And if you hear of this, any instances of this, please let my mother know, or me.
Of course.
It seems some Aslan have been reported as we don't know why, getting symptoms of like a small viral infection, and then within a few days they no longer can think. They have no memories.
He's explaining rabies.
Sort of
Or
something
like
like
a
that.
de-evolution, or something to the effect
It's
of
more like
returning
that.
to the-
Yes, it's something more like that. And you
De-evolution,
can,
is that what you said?
yeah.
But
And
they
you
didn't
can tell
come from
he's
cats.
no.
that's what we tell
they
you.
didn't. Yeah.
That's what they all say.
And you can tell this is somewhat uncomfortable, which is why he had everybody else, because this is
he
is
sick?
not. No, he doesn't look it, but
Okay.
this is very sensitive because this is just so shameful and dishonorable and terrible, right? This is everything. Like, they care so much about honor and these things. What he's describing is horrific, right? Within an Aslan sort of context. He says,
Yeah.
they
become dishonorable and they won't stop sitting in boxes.
and you see,
They've reverted. They keep knocking glasses
fit.
off the table.
Sit.
Won't listen to a damn command.
it seems that if they are infected, they not only they become feral in this way, but they are ravenous. They will kill and then eat any other being, friends, family, anyone. It seems as if their metabolism goes out of control, and they treat other Aslan or other Sophons as they would treat any prey animal. And they just kill and eat, no longer thinking. And there have been reports that on some of these planets here in the reaches that some of our Aslan have fallen to this sickness.
What's to make us think GDCO hasn't set this up? A genetically engineered, modified bacteria that is set to begin a de-evolution or a feral link towards the Aslan, and to then also so they can reclaim their property or their land.
You can tell that he hadn't thought about this and he doesn't like the thought. And you can tell that he's like, this is not, you just introduce a thought to him that he doesn't like because it seems plausible and he doesn't like it. You know what I mean?
Best way to quell it, I don't know. If I was to... GDCO are a slimy bunch, and there are times I find myself thinking and having a not far off assessment of their strategy, which makes me question my own morality. But
I can tell you this. The rumors are that this infection is from a planet called Paul. It's being called the Plague of Paul. And
those infected are the pallbearers, are they not?
Yes, but only the Aslan, not the humans there. Paul is...
What the hell this is? P-A-L?
P-A-A-L.
Oh, pal. All right.
Which is actually not that far from Drinax. It's Drinax, Porn, Hilfer, Paul, so it's part of the old Drinaxian
I'm sorry,
kingdom.
what was the second one?
Porn.
Yeah.
Porn.
My God.
It's,
should go there next.
Porn.
Porn. It's if you are going back
Sorry,
to
we've gotta
Drinax
go.
at some point, to porn. if you're going back to Drinax at some point, it would be appreciated if you would ask about there, because
I can't stop visiting that place.
No, not porn, but pal. Porn, is different. But pal, they
Sink the world fantasy. This place is just so silly.
well, hey, humans make names, right? If
Imagine
you would
if
at
we
some
made
point
planets.
look into this. This planet is not a Aslan world. There are some Aslan there, but it is not an Aslan world. And
Hi, Raiders. We're just looking at porn.
hello, Raiders. And if you would
Oh,
perhaps
sorry, I might
ask
forget looking at the
around,
map.
ask around in ways that we cannot, it would be appreciated. We do not want this to be some other excuse for the Imperium, as they did here on Thebus.
Right. Very well.
It is not something I imagine you will do now, but whenever you are in the area, it would be appreciated.
Of course.
And, of course, speak nothing of this.
Of course.
Okay, he would say that he heard it. If he could translate into Troke, he would say that Severance's ears heard this from the wind and not from the lips of an Aslan.
And he nods. He hears you and nods to Severance, right? In that way that you are...
Like I thought of it.
Yes. If you wish, we can take you on a hunt. But if this is potentially this plague, if the plague left Pal, it could be dangerous. So just...
Jeez, that's so far.
There is no rush, right? But he's like, let's just, because he figures you're going to go that way at some point in time anyway. If you're when you're in the area,
Yeah.
because
That could be a
the
good
people in
task to have the Elaine do some preliminary looking into for us.
Preliminary looking into for us. Yes.
By the way, your they will absolutely outfit your vac suit with that port, no problem. They would love.
Hell yeah.
They would
Good
love to
mono
invite
zipper.
you all to a hunt, and some celebration and feasts once they bring everybody back in, so that nobody else has to hear about this plague. Which
Ceremonial
everybody already
hunt
knows
or an
about.
actual hunt?
A Helen hunt, actually.
ceremonial hunt,
Okay, good. All right. Those are
a
okay.
ceremonial hunt. Yes.
Wait,
no,
why? What's
like
the difference?
A lot. if we go out on a real hunt, there's a likelihood that a couple of us aren't coming back. So
ceremonial
ceremonial
hunt.
is like
Worms.
I caught this, and it is then gifted to you as if you caught it in the ceremony.
Yes, yes. There's a whole bunch, like the big one makes the thing, and then there's a gift, and there's like a. But he would absolutely take honored guests and their tools on a ceremonial hunt.
Who wants to
them.
walk through my woods and hunt the things that are in my woods that I've definitely stocked?
But there's good hunting, right? So he would take you
Look
to
at
this.
that domesticated pig. What's that doing in the jungle?
That should be easy enough for the humans to get.
There's something for humans, but like they
Right.
take their hunts quite seriously.
Look,
They
a
like
chicken.
to actually show how powerful they are. But you would be welcome, and I would say. You can stay, by the way, as long as you wish. There would be some subtle trying to figure out like who Soto Masi is in certain ways from people who are not Fatatias, because he's not going to do it, but some of his tools might.
You and us both. Aslan.
But they like, of course, they're not going to be familiar. They're not going to be discourteous, but just that kind of like that kind of subtle conversation, which. You do not have to roll for it because Soto Masi has done this for some time. I doubt this Soto Masi is going to slip up. But this is a clan that your family does not have good relationships with. And it is also clear that, like, you know, hey, if he wants you all to look into PAL, you might have some. That probably means that some either his clan or people aligned with his clan are probably over on Paul, which means you can maybe use that to make his clan look bad if you wanted to expose that, but it would be really bad for the Aslan in general. Anyway, you have some.
Yeah, it's really juicy information.
It is juicy information.
When it comes to like Drinax perspective,
yeah,
Aslan,
could be
Bob
helpful.
Drinax.
Yeah.
So it's like, at some point, it's like, when do we use this information?
Right? Yes. But he puts up a good front, but he does seem concerned because if there's a plague that devolves the Aslan, that's bad, right? Like that's really bad.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he's
not going to go to that planet. Apparently humans don't get it, so he's not going, right? It's one of those things is like,
right. Yeah.
Yes. You have your week there. They would go for a hunt. There would be at the end, and the Harlock is doing some research on some investigation on Lady Grey.
Yeah. Great. Good.
But you can leave and head off towards the scrapyard if you wish at the end of the week.
Yes, and the scrapyard being the trap.
Well, you have to go buy the trap if you want to get to the scrapyard.
Okay, I had that backwards. Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
The trap is in between you and the
suit.
scrapyard.
Yeah, the axe.
Would you like to head towards the
suit,
scrapyard? Is my question.
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
and if there's anything else you wanted to pick up, you'd let me know. But like, it's basically you have a very nice week.
More to Blasto.
Where more to Blasto. Oh, they have a full shipyard there. They will repair your ship, no problem.
Sweet.
You just have to
How
pay
much
for
does
it.
that cost?
I will give you the bill. It's
Okay.
I will give you the bill.
Tally it up.
Because it's quite a bit of repairs. You have quite a bit. There's a lot of money coming out on Thebus just because you got beat up, and also you had to do maintenance, and I will give it to you.
Yep.
Our maintenance is well overdue, so it's gonna be extra expensive.
I mean, technically, I don't think we were ever at 100%, were we?
You had made it.
We
Oh,
did.
it's not the exterior.
Yeah. Quint put in
You
some
made it.
hard work
Yep.
when it was Quint and Terica getting the ship back to Drinax, and like we're getting everything repaired, we're getting everything fixed.
Well, I'm glad we could fuck that up for you then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes,
And we're about to do it again.
I know.
Oh, by the way, Wesley would want to go do Dance Hyper Revolution with Rease at some point because they've got some good music. You know, they've got some good music in there.
Nice.
Jump Drive Crush, usually.
She would go.
They would dance. Let me ask you this question.
She would never speak of it to Soto, and she would swear Wesley to never speak of it to anyone.
To anyone. You can't. Yes, but you can't tell anyone.
Okay, I don't think he would understand why not, but he had a lovely time. Like just like dancing, like an arcade, all the games. You know what I mean? Like
Arcade.
fun.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, this was like in her little diary, her electric book that she writes on her slate. This is like the day. Like there was like before this day, and then there was after this day. But that was like the day.
This is the 2 days we're on the planet.
Yeah, when they're on the planet, they're like, "Let's go," and like it's like, and the arcade is like one of these like future arcades with like everything. You know what I mean? Like VR and like cool games and things coming in virtual space. And like fun food.
She would spend so much time doing the dance one. Only it's constantly on the jump drive crush.
Goes to the whole album twice.
You know, just right.
Oh,
and she doesn't even have to look to the lights to follow the steps. She's got it.
It's so good. It's so good. There's gonna be a whole bunch of hyperspace pop going on, and
they didn't have all of the Jump Drive Crush like playlist on there until until Rease got to it, and now for some reason somehow she was able to unlock
So wild.
the entire album.
Like
I will-
I don't know.
Little hacker.
They had a great time.
Could
Wesley had a
I
great
add
time.
one? Could I add one
Please.
thing? Whenever they quit the arcade, kind of like arm in arm as they are laughing and leaving the arcade, the camera zooms back to the dance machine, and at the top of the leaderboard, it says R Heart W.
Nice. But nobody else, like all the grown-ups are hanging out like downside, so they're just having like the best time. It is so good.
And Corinne's the one who has to stay on the ship for once. I don't think she's that mad about it.
No.
It's better
Let
than
me
jail.
ask, as you are flying out, after like a really nice week for some people, some disturbing information for other people. But Soto, by the way, I just want you to know that clearly Fatates' mother, who's from this pirate clan, who are known to be mystics, knows Quint. Just so you know it.
Oh, and I will read the letter. Probably while I'm waiting for the port thing, just in case I have to send a reply, I can do it while I'm still planetside. What does that letter say?
The letter is written in that sort of slightly lack of direct, like circles, right? You know?
Yeah, very circular. A lot of
very
loops.
circular. A lot of loops. Very, very honorable. You know, like very flowery. In one of those ways that if you were not schooled in subtle language, you would not pick up all of the things. But it would say, again, it is so good to see you. Thank you for taking care of the business with discretion. You will be remembered as an ally of my family's clan as well as my husband's clan, which is itself a bit of a strange way of framing things. Because once you marry into a clan, you now belong to them, right? Like there's a...
Sure.
But there is a little bit of an indication that she seems to have...
some sway in her clan.
Despite the fact that technically she maybe should not be able to. That perhaps her ties back to her clan are somewhat still stronger than they might traditionally be. And she says...
mysterious lady.
She was a mysterious lady, and you met her back closer to the Aslan space, if I remember correctly.
She was one of my patrons.
Quite far away, as a matter of fact. And
probably the only Aslan patron of the Cirque at the time.
And she says, you know, that you have she has something that you can pick up when you go to... if you ever make your way towards Assis, there'll be a package waiting for you that you can have. And as your patron, of course, she has presented you with a gift that, by the way, she did not give to her son, but that it can be picked up on Assis.
That's very interesting, yes.
That was like the main thrust that she's got. She's given you a gift. And that, please note that she is keeping aware, keeping out for you. She's looking out for you. And that if anything comes up that you might need to know, there may be a message for you. And she's letting you know that you should check the ports of this area for messages from her. In case, if she...
Hey, there might be assassins after you. I'll let you know if I find out anything. Sure. Cool. Got that.
Just also, she says that, you know, some of your former colleagues have been asking about you here in the Reaches. And that she's certain that you might be pleased to see them again, but... it seems as if she was not able to let them know where to find you. And it is so tragic that she still continues not to know where to find you, so she should not be able to help them. Unless you say so, basically. Hey, there are assassins coming out for you, is what she's telling you in subtle ways.
Yeah. Yep.
You know? Yeah. Just so you know, there are assassins heading your way.
Yep.
And there's a present for you on a cease that may be helpful.
Cool.
So let me ask.
I was gonna laugh if it said, "Hey, so there's this plague on this planet." If it was just the same thing that Fatatias was telling, I was gonna laugh if that was the case. But no, it's much worse, and I love it.
Now.
Oh, one thing before we leave the station to go check the scrap fields for a message clip. I want to leave a message for the princess that the Elaine can take to Drinax.
Oh, thank you.
They pass by through this way.
Your patron does have a question for you, though, a request.
Oh, yes. I need to leave one for my patron too. Sure, certainly.
If you happen to see a young Aslan girl that matches this particular description, she is missing. She is a relative of hers, and she would. If you happen to see anyone matching this particular description, if you could let her know. But do not ask around about this person at all. Do not...
Okay.
There's no name given, by the way. There is no name given of this person.
Just a little sketch, a little doodle of Rease. I mean, this Aslan girl that's missing.
Of an Aslan
that looks
person.
Maybe, might be related to her. That I thought she looked kind of like her. Sure.
But I will note no name is given, and it is very clear that you should not ask anyone about this person. But if you see someone like this, you should let her know.
Yep. I'll keep that in mind.
But also do not approach. Just note.
Too late for that.
Do not approach.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone, there's like this sense that like, it's really, there's a lot of lack of information there in terms of what's going on, but missing is a little bit vague. Also, that's weird.
Yep.
But also, like, don't let anyone, like, do not approach. Like, don't let anyone see you interacting with this person. Do not let anyone know they're interested in this person. Do not, just if you note it, gather as much information as possible, and could you please send that information back? That's really what we're looking at here.
I've noted this.
Let's put it this way. She wants you to be subtle and doesn't want you to blow your cover. Or alert anyone at all to your interest in this person.
Okay. Well, I'm giving her gymnastics lessons, so it's a little late for that subtle angle.
I showed you my silks. Please respond.
Yes. But again, there's a real lack of information in this message for probably many reasons. But just like, hey, just heads up on this missing relative of mine. A cousin, as it were, younger cousin.
And Quint's like, I just wanted a simple port on my spacesuit and to be a simple night of Drinax. Why is there so much bullshit in my past? But doesn't say any of this out loud, just cries a little internally. But also does will not send a reply. Because, that would if I do send a reply and she's like, why didn't you say anything? But if I don't send a reply, then it just implies that I've received the message and I will do what I will keep my eyes out.
Yes. This seems to be like a low key. Like it doesn't feel like she thinks, it's just like, hey, keep a heads up.
Just on the bizarre off chance that you would happen to run into this person. Highly unlikely. Yeah.
Highly unlikely, but if you do, she would like to know.
Yep.
So
cool. I make a mental note of that. And don't send a reply.
It's fine. You'd have to drop off a reply and, But I will note she also wants you to tell her son. Right? Like, go through her network, not anybody else's.
Him. Leave a message at the tone.
Yes. For me.
Subtle like.
Yes.
Reference that one play or something, you know? Yeah.
Just a heads up. She's
But I
those
will
people
leave a
looking
solo
around for
letter
you.
for the princess. Not for my patron, but for the princess. That does involve some flowery language and some literary references for her. Saying that someone in court is leaking some shit is what it boils down to. Some Shakespeare,
I see.
probably. Drinax would probably
I
have some
see.
Shakespearean.
Absolutely.
Or something along the lines. Chaucer. Maybe that's a bit more subtle, probably.
So, you've lovely week. Some people have a much more lovely week than others. Before we're going to end the session, but I just would like to ask, as you are pressing out of the highport towards the scrapyard, a good 2.5 day trip, I would like to ask you a question. As you're making your way out that way to where the big battle was.
Scrapyard is where a big battle was, and it's just sort
Where
of
the
floating
globe
there?
should be. Yeah.
Or is
It's in
okay.
it's in space. It's like a space battle type place.
Yeah, I'm just imagining because it hasn't been burst. It's in one spot because it's in Lagrange point, right? Just like is that sort of what's happening there?
It was a massive battle. It was like
right. Okay,
Probably like
so it's all
hundreds of
collected
ships.
into one spot.
hundreds and hundreds. Yeah.
Just my brain being like,
it's-
wait a minute, how do we find it? It's because everybody's charted that spot as a Lagrange point. Okay.
But it's also like hundreds and hundreds of ships. Some of them are like 100,000 D-tons. Like there are some massive, like it is just
cool.
It is like a
Like
you've not
Star
been there
Destroyers
since.
on Star Destroyers on Star Destroyers. With
Yeah,
X-Wings
just
and
spread
everything in between.
wreckage.
Yeah.
But you haven't seen it yet, but you will. But I do want to ask before you get there, as you're making your way that direction, I don't mean to shock you, but you do hear.
Signal GK, this is the Lioness. Is anyone out there who could help? I'm afraid our engine is stalled. Anyone?
Oh, so he seems they still haven't caught anyone yet.
Does it seem like is it the same message?
No, it's
Or
a
does it
person.
sound like a person. Okay.
It's a person who just is like,
Trying.
sitting up.
Every so often,
there-
just
Yeah.
putting on a good show. Good show.
Absolutely.
Sports, Yeah.
Absolutely putting on a good show,
Trying to fish.
Yeah.
trying to fish.
This is
Now,
definitely a trap. I did ask around that port.
if you do not want them to pick up on you, you might want to turn off your transponder and go to passive sensors, unless you do want to chat with them. However many ships there are. I mean, apparently just one, I guess.
I figured we were going to go full stealth too.
Probably
We
should go
could full
stealthy.
stealth, but now our
Transponder
ship's
off.
our
Yeah.
ship's good now. We could
Our
take
ship's
them out.
really good. Yeah.
But if we can hit the scrapyard from a blind side and just
Yes.
drift in dark. And
Yeah. I like that.
that's our play.
So,
yeah, and let's turn the transponder off. If people ask questions, I'll just be like, hey, fuck you. I don't care.
We'd been attacked by pirates once. We heard there was pirates in the area. We were going to the scrapyard.
that's all you gotta say.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you turn off your
Almost
transponder.
lost our ship once before.
Yes.
We came into Thebus
I'm going
heavily
to note-
damaged, and we didn't want to leave heavily damaged.
I'm going to note that you turn off your transponder. You're probably going to have to keep it off for a couple of days, but that's not. Okay. You'll just explain why, right? But as you slide,
in the world.
I'm going to note that I have to roll my sensors. I'm at a -6 because of your advanced stealth hull.
Nice.
They're not, and you have. I mean, I would get bonuses if you had all your stuff on, but
Nope.
you don't.
Sorry. Womp womp.
So you fly, like you glide through the space, through this sort of like past this gas giant. And there are a bunch of like, there's some scrap out there by the gas giant, sort of like in the Lagrange point there and like sort of like orbiting, which, and you don't get anywhere close to this ship really, but you're like, oh yeah. And there are a number of like moons, like you don't know how many, there's one ship that's signaling, you don't know how many ships are actually out there. There could easily be more. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yep.
But let's just guess that it's probably not just one ship that's waiting for you in that trap. Let's just guess. And as you make your way out past this, it's like 2.5 days of quietness in space. And near the end of your journey, you see it. You see ships. And they are...
Ships.
There are thousands of them. There are thousands of these ships. Some of them have been broken because they've been hit were clearly damaged in battle. Some of them look pristine, like no time has passed. In space, there's no rust. Some of them look like they could be full of people. But there's no life anywhere. No signs of life on the sensors. Just thousands of dead ships waiting, floating. There's evidence that many of them have been scrapped before. People like things missing, right?
Right.
All those big capital ships, they clearly do not have guns on them anymore because people are like, that's what people stole, right? They stole these, like, that's worth a lot of money. All those things have been stolen probably a long, long time ago. But there are all these little smaller ships that nobody really pays attention to that are floating. And this is such a huge, massive amount of space full of death.
Ships.
And as you're flying in slowly, you see out there, not too far, a body in a vac suit with like a rip in it. And the body just looks like a person sleeping. Like it could have happened yesterday. Because again, there's no bacteria in space.
Yeah.
This is not, but you can tell from the vac suit, this is what, 2,000 years old, this body, but they look like they were just sleeping as they sort of like float. Oh, except for all of the ice, right? Just all the ice on their body. And there are bodies here and there floating in space and ships floating and listing. And there was a terrible battle here once. And you're looking for a needle in a haystack. But that's where we end our session.
Oh, we'll find it.
And we'll get some aesthetic scrap while we're at it to give our ship some bonuses.
Yeah.
Because these are all the right era. Free aesthetic parts. Free aesthetic parts.
I will note this, though. The pirates do come here to pick up scrap. So you'll want to avoid them. You know, I mean, as long as you keep yourself... I mean, there is one problem. In order to find this thing, you're probably going to need to use active sensors to start scanning. Yeah. And that will make you more visible. You are exceedingly stealthy, so even then, it will be hard to find you because your whole ship is just like coated in stealth all the time. So even then, it's just not going to be very easy to find you. But just note it, right? That you'll want to be aware of the fact that there are... they do come to this area for scrap. You'll want to be a little bit careful.
The good news is, hopefully, most of them are waiting by the trap that they have, waiting for that to spring, and hopefully most of them aren't out here scrapping.
Mm-hmm. They have a pretty rich company. They've done very well for themselves.
Yeah.
You'll just have to... Oh, I should remind you that they don't allow people to mess with their stuff be on their turf. So you are going to be going against their wishes.
No way.
In case you care.
It's true. Although legally, they don't have any claim over this. So
They don't. If
they were to try to bring us to court, they wouldn't win. It's just if they don't want to settle in court, you know.
I mean, it'd be hilarious if they wanted to take us to court.
Funny.
Yeah.
We'll see you fuckers in court. Okay.
So we're going to do our outros because this is like, we're done. And you are at the graveyard, this big, massive graveyard of this battle of the end of the Sindalan Empire with these ships with all the crests, right? Including a crest of Severance's old... You recognize it, by the way. we're going to go out, give our players a time to say who they are, where we can find you, give some love to everybody else. And when we come back next week, you will go and like try to find this last message globe and then get out without being seen by pirates who are stalking this area. A little bit of cat and mouse. And then I don't know, you're going to decide where you're going to go. It might, but
Cat and mouse, say.
Did you say cat and mouse droid?
But let's start with Cord. Cord, tell us who you are, who you're playing, and give some love. And please note that some of the ships, the hulls of these ships, bear the royal crest of the person who you are cloned from.
Love that.
Originally, or that Mary Moore stole.
That.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Your people were here once, a long time ago.
My people. Hi, everybody. Speaking of my people, what's up, everybody? It's me. It's Cord. It's Mythematic. You can see me on my channel, maybe, if I want to stream at some point soon. Also, I'm on Table Story. We're doing our penultimate episode of Side Quest this week coming up. It's been a fun show where we're just trying to pretty much throw Brad off the rails because he's like, I'm not going to put rails down. Let's just see what happens. And now he's regretting it. So anyway, it's real great. Come by, check it out. We're doing, it's like I said, it's our penultimate episode. And yeah, so tonight was awesome. Loved going and learning more about the Aslan culture. So that was sweet. Also, of course, watching Greg be in the element of, like, what I love about, like, what we know about Soto and Rease is not much. But we do know that there's a lot of things that Greg knows about Soto and Rease, including like the various secrets and things that Trooper would pass over to Greg, and then we just get to see Greg react because we don't know what's happening. So like I am excited to uncover that and to see what we have, like what else there is with Soto and Rease, because Soto Masi's got he's got the second name that we're supposed to call him, and Soto Masi and then Rease doesn't like being Aslan, I think. It's wacky. So it's just really cool, and I'm excited to see all this good juicy lore unfold. And Quint, we got to see, and we got to get you a zipper for your vac suit.
Yay!
Now you've got a fly for your axe.
Yeah.
I'm super excited to see that in action. Actually next week we'll probably test it out by cutting into some of these ships, which would be pretty sweet.
They're very brittle.
Helpful.
Those ships. The ships are very brittle.
I meant the axe. I was like, well, that's hilarious. Can't wait for that to just snap immediately. Yeah, of course they are. Trooper, thank you so much for giving us. There were so many little like juicy hints and lore nuggets tonight with the whole Paul plague, super cool, to the Baron, like Severence is the crest of Severin back in back in the day. It's just super cool. So just thank you for all those little juicy nuggets, and I can't wait for next week when we get to have the needle from this haystack.
Next up,
we're definitely going to be fighting pirates next week. I could smell it.
I find that so unlikely. I mean, what? Like there was just a guy who needed help, and it was definitely not 3 or 4 pirate ships just waiting for anyone to show up.
Yep.
Definitely not 3 or 4 pirate ships waiting for you, or anyone really. Anyone.
It's one of those like Star Fox moments where it's like, we could go fight them now. You could fight Star Wolf here, or if we don't, we're gonna have to run into him later.
I'm just gonna note there were 4 ships, so it was probably not bad that you did avoid them. I just saying you didn't have to go there, and going there would have been 4 ships, some of which were.
We'll see them. Next week.
Well, you won't see. Probably won't see. Well, I don't know what you're doing. You might see them. It depends on what you do.
Never say never.
Never say never. This is just their like little forward, like just come over and visit with us.
Yeah,
and then
hang out.
We'll take your stuff. It's fine. I mean, but they do have other ships, that hang out. But Greg, tell us who you are, where we can find you, and then give some love. And I will say that there are going to be... I'm just happy that I can bring in allies to your clan and non-allies to your clan. And also, there's an Aslan prince in exile on Drinax. Also, that one day Soto will get to talk to, I'm sure.
All these gifts. Great. Hi, everybody.
I hope you're happy that, I didn't want Rease to not have family. You know what I mean? That's all.
I mean, how thoughtful.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I'm Warp Reactor over on YouTube. Another great night here in the academic foxhole. It's the absolute best. To the chat, you're fantastic. The Aslan culture is really, really interesting. Trooper got me turned on to it whenever we were doing the study for Soto Masi and Rease and getting them all fleshed out and ready. And so having little hints dropped in is fun, and then we can get back to them in a season or two, maybe. We don't have to rush it. We don't have to get into it. But no,
really?
This was a great episode.
I didn't want you to think that I was neglecting you.
Take our time. We can slow roll.
I didn't want you to think I just wanted to hand you stuff because I didn't want you to think I was neglecting you. That I wasn't thinking about you.
Right, and now we can just sit back and think about these great gifts and how they're going to be used in a year or two. Anyway, it's always a fun time playing with these amazing people and the characters that they've created, and watching especially like Severence, the growth that we've seen Severence go through, and the ability to be able to again. I'm not trying to. It makes it sound like I'm being. I'm proud. I'm proud of Severence that he has become the leader that he always thought he was. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we get to see that in real time. And that's a testament to Cord's ability to create a character that has that ability to grow in either direction. And because of the stimuli that was provided by the game and the other characters, he has taken Severence in the way that is the most fitting for the character. And if you would have asked me what the most fitting direction for the character of Severence was at the beginning of this, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. Because that's Cord's domain, and he has become the master of that. And it's absolutely fantastic. And again, I default to this one with Lindy, but it is just so fucking refreshing for me to be able to RP with Lindy without having to despise the character, because I've always enjoyed Quint. I've always thought Quint was so cool. And Val just fucking hated her, and it was just I couldn't get past. And my notes for Quint, the entire page, it was just hate. It wasn't like I hate them it was hate, just capital HATE hate. So anyway, I have a blast playing. Thank you so much for putting up with me. And Trooper, your world is the richest that I've ever walked, and it is dangerous and deadly and fascinating and beautiful. And it's a place that I would like to visit more than once a week, but by God, I will take once a week. And chat, you are all fucking awesome. If you ever want to hang out and watch science fiction or Star Trek, anything like that, join me over on YouTube. But if not, I will surely see you every Friday.
I hope you appreciated how much the people of Thebus love Val, because he did really great things for them as far as they know.
I love all the shit that Val gets now. Val gets praise. There's a big ass fucking med lab in the boat now. Oh, it's just all these great things that really helped Val out. But good thing he's there.
Quint I was thinking
and
as
I failed
Quint.
a luck roll, and I'm here.
You are here. You are here. The luck roll was to find out whether or not Patateas, how aligned they were with your background or not. Less friendly, as it turned out. I know about Patateas' mom because Patateas' mom is Quint's patron, and came all the way.
I knew that we were fucked 6 ways to Sunday as soon as you said mystics. I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna leave now. I'm just gonna walk that way.
I wouldn't worry about it because as the Imperium would tell you, almost no Aslan have any psionic ability. They're just not really psionic. That's what the Imperium, what their scientists believe. So, I feel like that's pretty
what the
That's
Imperium
pretty
would have you
good.
believe. Yeah, and there's no more joy now that are alive.
That is also true. No,
Yep.
yeah. Just so you know, this is from the Imperial Guide to the Aslan and Phrasebook, 6th edition, from the Imperial Interstellar Scout Service. This is a quote from the book that you can definitely buy if you live in the universe. Psionics are virtually unknown to the Aslan outside of myths and legends. No psionic foundations or traditions exist in the Hierate, and the Aslan have no concept of psionics as a science. Whether or not the Aslan even possess the genetic or mental capacity for psionics is really quite debatable. You know, those Aslan. The few known cases of Aslan possessing such abilities are all shrouded in either mysticism or can be attributed to, you know, genetic manipulation or alien technology. So, as the Imperium will have you know, there
That's
are
what the
no...
Aslan would like the Imperium to think, I think, with this little runaway psionic. Yep.
Look, the Aslan are just not smart enough to be psionic. They're just not as great as the humans, so there's clearly not anything to worry about. That's what the Imperium
Say that to my cat who
believes.
stares at ghosts.
Well, okay, cats do stare at ghosts. Speaking of people who might know something about psionics, or the Aslan, or maybe even the Aslan family where Patateas's mother comes from, which was a couple of years away, as a matter of fact. Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? And then please do give some love. And I hope you appreciated Quint being everybody's favorite, you know? And also, including some assassins.
Yeah. Oh, very popular. And Quint does not love being popular these days. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm very happy, but to have an axe suit Vex suit now. That's very exciting. I think that'll come in handy, and I don't think anyone will see it coming, and so it'll be like an intimidation factor of 12 on top of just the axe being super badass. My love for tonight. Gosh, Greg, I got that letter. I was reading that letter. I was having the letter read to me, and I was like, oh, shit, just as we were starting to get characters that got along and liked each other.
Look, you still can get along and like each other. You didn't sell out Soto Masi. You weren't like, here you go. You were just like, interesting.
I didn't. I was like, interesting, and Quint's gonna have to think about it because now Quint has to think for themselves, and that's a whole new thing for him. So, you know, there's gonna be some mulling over. Maybe a very awkward conversation with Soto or Rease. Maybe asking Rease subtle questions while she's distracted with gymnastics. Be like, hey, so it's about your clan, maybe.
For the record,
Yeah.
Rease does not seem to be in any way in distress. Rease seems to really like Soto and seems very happy and comfortable with Soto. So whatever else other people are saying,
what's going on a little bit here? And I have some questions for
Rease
you
is
after
having a good
game as
time.
well. But yeah, Rease is also like, you know, a tween. She's fine. She's gonna have a great time. That's my love for Greg. It's just like, I also liked how Soto and Quint were bopping around the spaceport gathering intel. That was fun. I think like they're like quiet hangout buddies. Like, you're not talking, I'm not talking. We're getting shit done. This is great. This is how friendship should be. And of course, Severence being like, the noticing all the lights on the dashboard, like all the warning lights on the dashboard. Like, maybe we won't respond to that distress call right now. I loved that. That moment. I feel like that was a moment of captainly growth for Severance, of being like, well, maybe not this time. Maybe after repairs. Yeah, I just love that. I thought that was great. Just the image of all the warning lights on, and like it was just so good. I loved it. And of course, Trooper for giving me uncomfortable letters and assassins. And a grateful president and a feast with adjacent, hedgehog adjacent critters. I thought that was all fun. Very fun. It was good to visit Thebus and check in on a planet that I joined in to this group on. So it was very nostalgic.
That's correct.
And fun. So you could
they're
find
getting
me
along very well. That's all. I'm just saying they're getting along very well.
For now. As Greg was saying, 7 months. 7 months. I also let that crack hit too. 7 months.
He's six. Okay, we had 9. We're down to 6.
We're down to 6. Well, maybe maybe some Pauls will come along. Also, Roller 300 had an amazing comment of robbing Peter Phallus to save Paul or something, and I thought that was very funny.
That is so good.
That was very clever. I loved it. It made me laugh out loud, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't mute my mic." Hope it wasn't at a random part. But you can find me online laughing at awkward times at laughlovelindy. Twitch, YouTube, etc. You can find me next on Sunday night on my channel, Troopers channel, Wandering GM's channel, and High Shelf Collective, as we're all co-streaming the second half of my Expanse 2-shot for our session of Roleplay Reflect. There'll be ship combat because we haven't had it happen yet, and it has to happen. They're just going to take some samples from some moons of Saturn, one of them maybe being Phoebe. I wouldn't worry about it. This is 8 years before the book happens, so don't worry about it. It's going to be fine. It's gonna be fine. They might all TPK. I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know how ship combat's gonna go. It'll be great. And then on Monday on Follow Black Cat's channel, you can find me roaming the wasteland as a very delusional 1950s housewife in a Fallout game, married to a super mutant with our pet red roach, Spot. That's me for this week. Yep.
Hey, Lindy, I just have a question for you that in no way is meant to.
You.
Yeah, that's nice. So you know how you're the patron, that Aslan woman that's your patron?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You knew her in space, in 2 years
space.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. But now she's up
psionic?
Here.
That's my question, because I was awakened psionic, so when I should have been able to tell.
I believe the last time you were hanging out with her was before you were awakened.
That might be true. Because it's been a while since I've seen her specifically. I've contacted her, but I don't know if I've seen her in person. Yeah.
And I think even when you were awakened, you hadn't been trained in those skills yet. So you hadn't.
No, I've kind of been. It's all self-training. It's terrible.
So you don't know if she's psionic or not.
I'm starting to suspect.
Know
I'm starting
that she's over here.
And if she was psionic, why she picked me to be her, to be patron of me? That would make a lot more sense if I was the psionic one. She's like, oh, that one.
But
sounds like a mystic thing to do.
And I am telling you, not saying anything for Greg to hear. Like, I'm not subtly trying to make Greg feel uncomfortable or anything. But isn't it funny that she has relocated from 2 years away up here in the Reaches? Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Almost like she's looking for a lost relative or something.
Or something. Or whatever it is that she said. Whatever story she has.
Bears no resemblance or bone structure to her at all whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure she's just happy. She's just happy to be married to these two, like to Fatateas's dad. You know what I mean? Like, she's just like.
Sure she is. And that's why she addressed her letter as, both our clans are grateful for you. And are thankful. You'll be considered an ally to both of them. That makes total sense. Yep. But you had a question. I'm sorry, I interrupted with my question.
No, that was a question. I just wanted to give you a question just to like poke at Greg. Really was what it was. That was really just what I wanted to do. Yeah. What? Greg, I know he's shocked. He's shocked.
He's shocked.
I don't think there was an ad, an 80s ad. He's shocked. Anyway, somebody's gonna remember it. It's one of these like really like stupid ads for like a kid's toy or something that I wish I could remember it. Like it's somebody's gonna remember 80s ad. So somebody give me a title for today's episode. I
wasn't alive.
It's not Slinky. But we had some tips or bits that came in. It's log. No, it's not. It's Slinky. It's log, right? It's log.
That was SNL, wasn't it? Log.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it was SNL. Thank you. Now I know it. So I would be distracted ADHD wise for that forever. So I would like to. Ren and Stimpy.
It's Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah. So we did get some tips or bits. By the way, I do need a title for today's session. All you audience members come up with ideas while I read out our tips and bits messages. I would like to say thank you for our tips and bits. We got 500 bits from Hawkeye, who says, The gambler has landed. Will the Tagonists fall into any honey traps? They didn't. I'm shocked that they did not just hang out with that guy. It was clearly a trap. Will Wesley and Rease have fun together? They did. Will the Pevennies make a cameo appearance? Maybe. They weren't there yet, but I'm going to tell you, we'll have to find out what the Harlock did in her investigations on Lady Grey while she was running around on this planet. I imagine she's going to talk to Fernando. We'll see. Stormbindo gave us the meaning of life, 42 bits, and says, always remember your towel. And then we got a wonderful leet tip, $13.37 from Janitor Prime, who says, fire everything. Yes, fire everything. So you have new, issues. I wanted to give you the present of there having been word put out some time ago, for quite some time, that nobody goes to Drinax because they have an exclusive trade deal with GDCO, and so no one should go there for trading. I just thought you might.
Yeah, for a while I was like, no, that doesn't exist. And then I went, oh, wait, no, it must exist. No one's ever told me? Oh, there's a reason why no one's told me. Because it's not real, right? That's why. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. That's fine.
Oh, Rachondo.
They don't.
I don't know if it's Rachondo.
What?
It's gotta be.
If I remember correctly, Greg told me that he wants to destroy Rachondo, so I wanted to give him that present as well.
We can destroy Rachondo. I just don't think it's Rachondo. I think it's GDCO.
I think it's Rachondo. Because if there's rumors that only GDCO can trade, but GDCO doesn't seem to be aware of this. That sounds like something in the independent trader lanes, which is what Rachondo is.
Yep.
And to get exclusivity on Drinax so he can charge whatever he wants. It has no competition.
What a dick.
That sounds like a very Rachondo thing to me, is all.
He's not a nice guy. He's played by Harvey Mudd from Star Trek. That's our face claim. He will
Hardcore Fenton Mudd.
What? Hardcore Fenton Mudd. My friends, I am Trooper SJP. Thank you so much for watching us. I am really excited for next week when they're going to go and see if they can find their last globe before anybody else finds them. And then I guess, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to fly back, decrypt, do what they're going to do. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do? But they do know President Yang is the president of the Proactive Recycling.
That's right.
Proactive, a recycling company. They are very proactive. They make sure that there are people who need
they're recycling
repairs
before
on their
you need
ships.
to recycle.
Sometimes,
Right.
they shoot you first.
Or it's waste, you recycle.
Pirates recycling constantly.
That's right.
PRC. Oh, what?
But I'm excited to see what you're going to do with all of that. It was very nice. I have to say, it was very lovely for you to be able to hang out a little bit on a planet you've been at before, because you all did a lot on Thebus to impact that planet, like a lot. And
you're welcome, Thebus. Remember us.
Yeah, they're in a really different space now. What's going to happen with the Aslan? That's another question that really depends on things, influence, I guess. And you all do have influence with some people who are there. Or parents of people who are there. Anyhow, I'm excited. And you can find me. I love this crew. You can find me where? Today's what? So RPGs, you can find me on Sunday, as Lindy said, for part 2 of Roleplay Reflect in space with Lindy as GM. On Tuesday at, I believe, 8 p.m., I will double check. I will be playing Asher's Ridge over on PB Plays Inside because that's really exciting. So you should find me there at 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe. And it's an indie sort of Twin Peaksy sort of a game, and I am the coroner / only doctor in this very small town, and there was a murder. Don't worry about it; it's fine. We're gonna do it, and then back here again on Friday for episode 4 of The Gamblers, where y'all are in big politics now. You're all in big politics now, and I'm excited for it. So. Thank you, everybody. And I should say, I love Lindy for the amount of joy she got for getting a letter that says, could you just look out for just try to see if you can find my cousin who's missing. Just if you could. And then I want to give also much love to Greg for, shall we say, this episode, but really it's love that I couldn't give last week because I wasn't allowed to, because it was absolutely a honeypot, 100% a honeypot. And I just want to give love to Greg being like, oh, look, all of my champagne is just floating in the air. What am I going to do? And I was like, absolutely, but I couldn't say it, but he was so right. And I was like, this is exactly what this is. And so I want to give, in 1 week, now that I'm allowed to say it, I want to give Greg that love for calling 100% that this was 100% a trap all the time. Like, oh, look, my wallet, it's just full of money. I just dropped it right here. No. Oh, no.
Caviar's all over the floor now.
Oh, no. I don't even know how to work security systems. What should I do? I just want to give you so much love for that. It's like so much love for that. And then also for, I just want to give great love to Cord for playing Severence as a person who watches and interest. Like, Severence doesn't seem like he's watching, but he is, right? And just being like, okay, what's happening here? Like the way that Severence like susses out situations and like sees what the takes stock like of the situation. Like, what is the dynamic here in this Aslan space? Okay, how do I deal with that? Like just the way that you, what's the word? Triangulate people and places. It's a beautiful thing to see. So I want to give my love to all three of you for that. And I want to give my love to the audience for appreciating their shenanigans and for titles. That's it, everybody. And as Roller says, I've fallen, I can't get up, and I have a lot of money. Why don't you just come over here out in the middle of nowhere where it's really far away from any kind of authorities? Just help. Yes, I just help. And also, thank you all. Thank you.
Why isn't this button working?
Oh, I just don't even. Oh no! What am I supposed to do? Yes, it is true that I will give you opportunities for things you should absolutely say no to because they are traps. And and I'm happy when you do say no because you definitely should not have gone after them while your ship was damaged. 100%. I had to try to tempt you, but you should not have done it. It was a bad idea. But I had to at least tempt you. But I'm glad you didn't go. That's all. So much love to you all. Thank you, audience. We will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.